Okay, back. Sorry about that, guys. Had some technical difficulties with Windsock, but we're back on it and restarted and trying to get back in. I'm back from family dinner and stuff, and I'm going live, trying to get on all the clients and everything. I got Starfield running on my off my hard drive, so I'm gonna go try and get that done. Wait, what did I see there? I saw something. What did I see? Oh, Dead Zone Rogue 1250. I heard the RoboCop game was actually really good. I don't know. Fell and sell. Slay, loot, sell, survive, dive into a first person blend, pack a slash rogue like and shop management. Plunder deadly dungeons for loot, escape through life, craft, and stock your shelves, and risk it all once more for profit. It's a smart gameplay loop. I like it. Okay, so, anyways, I want to come to my Starfield and play it. And then I want you to log on EVE Online. Get in on this game.
You're being talked about.
Ah, very good. Oh, to set my options, do I? Load order is empty. Restore load order. Current load order will be overwritten. Yes. Very good. Oh, beautiful. I mixed the drink. Gonna have some vodka. Oh, it's a new hair assistant.
So, the music legend, the queen of country, Dolly Parton, died earlier today at 80 years old. She lived an amazing life. She was not only a wonderful artist, but a wonderful person as well, doing a lot of charity work, philanthropy, just a fantastic individual all around. And I've seen something really disgusting following the announcement of her death. It's Republicans like Donald Trump and the people around him, and Republicans in the state of Tennessee, trying to make it seem like Dolly Parton was aligned with them on the issues, that she agreed with them, and that couldn't be further from the truth. So I want to set the record straight, and let's just look at Donald Trump's statement, because it's no problem here. He said, "Very sad to report that Dolly Parton, one of the greatest country singers and far beyond ever, has just passed away. This is a true loss for millions of people. There has never been anyone like her and never will. In her honor, I am lowering the American flag throughout the United States for a 1-week period beginning tonight at 6 p.m. Rest in peace, Dolly. The world loves you." So I have no problem with this statement. I have no problem with him lowering the flag, because that's wonderful. What I do have a problem with, however, is how Republicans have gone after the things that Dolly Parton cared about, and then Donald Trump is pretending that he was aligned with her, that he loved her, that he respected her. It just doesn't seem like that to me. For example, we all know about Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Just an amazing feat of charity, a wonderful thing that she did during her life. She sent over 332 million free books to children under the age of 5 since it was first created 31 years ago. I mean, that is remarkable. I can't even conceptualize 332 million books, but that's what Dolly Parton did. Really, really amazing. But here's the thing. Missouri Republicans cut $4 million in funding for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library literacy program, which of course sent monthly books to kids under 5. They cut $4 million, a program that is meant to help kids read, learn, become smarter, become literate. They cut $4 million from, and they don't want you to talk about that. They don't want you to know about the money they cut from her programs following her death. They want to pretend like it was all sunshine and rainbows.
Sunshine,
she was like a darling of the right.
and rainbows, everything is what I feel about Dolly Parton when
so
we're
let's not forget
together.
this stuff. Let's not forget the $4 million they cut. You know, it's insane. Or what about this? In 2022, Dolly Parton donated $1 million of her own money right out of her pocket to fund pediatric infectious disease research. Again, just showing how amazing of a person she is. $1 million from her own pocket for children and medical research. But in 2025, Donald Trump cut $12 million in grants for pediatric medical research. And of course, Donald Trump didn't stop there. Not only did he do that, but he also cut funding for pediatric brain cancer research. There is this thing called the Pediatric Brain Tumor Consortium. It's a group of individuals, of scientists who have been studying pediatric brain cancer for the past 30 years. It's a program the federal government has funded for 30 years. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, whoever's been in office, it has been funded. Donald Trump said no more funding. We're cutting it all. There were children in active clinical trials. There were children who were receiving care from this consortium, and Donald Trump cut all of it. Federal funding cuts to pediatric brain cancer research, taking away hope from families, completely contradicting what Dolly Parton did, what she stood for, what she did throughout her life. Or what about this? I have plenty of examples, because this really pissed me off. I feel like it probably applies to you folks at home as well. But after her death, me seeing all these Republicans getting online, pretending like they fought for what she fought for, really annoyed the crap out of me. Here's another one. Dolly Parton donated $1 million to COVID-19 vaccine research in 2020 at Vanderbilt University, helping fund the Moderna vaccine, which many of us have. I think I might even have it. I'm not 100% sure. But this is what she did. That's a great thing. But then Donald Trump and his administration cut $500 million in funding for mRNA vaccine development. Now, these mRNA vaccines are truly like a gift from God, and I'm not even religious. You know, these studies were for bird flu, for COVID, for the flu generally, for other diseases, and now we're seeing great success with mRNA vaccines in cancer. I mean, there was that announcement the other day with Moderna and melanoma. Just a really, really fantastic development. But Donald Trump cut $500 million in mRNA vaccine research and development.
My GeForce Now is going up in September, and I think I'm going to let it go. I'll just download Fortnite and Overwatch. That's not that hard to do. What do you want, kitty? What do you want? Ooh, I like this chat a lot better. I didn't know it was this good. Do him in. I have him kill this goblin. Oh, I like this modern, like, modded UI. It's good. No, kitty, I'm not letting you out. I'm sorry. I know you don't like it. I'm sorry. I'll shut the door if it's making you crazy. It's too late. Small sealed cargo containers going to us and Numi. Crates of repair parts going to Larkuge. Oops, I didn't accept it. Nanocell batteries to Chromenicore. Raiden Fjorn, Polytextiles. Relax, kitty. You're still fighting. Hi, kitty. You want some lap? Side tail. 200. Oh, I could look for party. Yeah, you okay?
You've been examined.
Development. Disgusting. Once again, completely at odds with what Dolly Parton did in her life. What about this? I mean, look, we've known how Republicans have treated members of the LGBTQ plus community for a very long time. They have not been, secret about how they feel about the issue and how they feel about the community. But Dolly Parton has been defending them for decades. Literally, 10 years ago, she said, "I do not believe that we should criticize and judge other people. We're all God's children. We are who we are. I just think that we should be more loving, more caring. We are who we are. If you're gay, you're gay. If you're straight, you're straight. And you should be allowed to be who you are."
Church, Dolly, church.
Now, again, what are Republicans doing? What have Republicans done for the LGBTQ plus community? The answer is not much, because back in 2023, they introduced a record number of anti-LGBTQ plus bills in states around the country. All of these different Republican states targeting just gay people generally, or more specifically trans people, or gay people in schools. That's what they did. Something to keep in mind. Here's another one where Dolly Parton spoke on funding education and childhood literacy programs, kind of in line with her library program. This is what Dolly Parton said.
Hi, everybody. This is Dolly. Before he passed away, my daddy told me that the Imagination Library probably was the most important thing I'd ever done. Now, I can't tell you how much that meant to me, because I created the Imagination Library as a tribute to my daddy. He was the smartest man I've ever known, but I knew in my heart his inability to read probably kept him from seeing all his dreams come true. Inspiring kids to love to read became my mission. In the beginning, my hope was simply to inspire the children in my home county. But here we are today with a worldwide program that gives a book a month to over 1 million children. Of course, I have not done this alone. The real heroes of our story was the thousands of local organizations who have embraced my dream and made it their own. They raise millions of dollars each year and wake up every day with a passion to make sure that their kids have every opportunity to succeed. It's been quite a journey, but we have so much more left to do. Now, I'd love for your community to join our family, so please take the time to explore our website. Let's share this dream that all children should grow up in a home full of books. The first step is always the hardest, but you'll never know unless you try.
Oh, man. That makes me sad. Not because the message isn't great, but just like what a real, authentic, caring, empathetic soul. You know what I mean? Yep. You can just tell. You can just tell. And her program will live on after her. That's the legacy of Dolly Parton, along with the other amazing things she's done. But that's a pretty great legacy. That's what Dolly Parton did. And of course, one last thing I got to show you. What have Republicans done? Cut education funding across the country. Cut education funding for children. That's their legacy. That's Donald Trump's legacy. How dare they? How dare they try to align themselves with somebody as amazing and as bright as Dolly Parton was? So look, that just really pissed me off. And I wanted to talk about it with you. You can let me know what you think about it in the comments. Maybe I'm being too hard on Republicans. I certainly don't think so. I think we got to call it out. We got to call out the fakeness of them. You know what I mean? So thank you so much for watching. Please make sure to subscribe down below. Drop a like on the video if you did enjoy. As I mentioned, let me know in the comments what your thoughts are here. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we will talk soon.
Hi, kitty. Oh.
What if I told you a multi-platinum alternative rock band tore itself apart because the guitar player refused to change the key of his songs to save his singer's voice? Drummer got fired by fax while laying in a hospital bed. And then they tried to replace their frontman, so they picked a guy from a reality TV show who ended up needing security guards to protect him from his own bandmate. Here's how Fuel completely ran out of gas. This band, Fuel, started out in the late 80s, early 90s in Tennessee before packing their stuff into an old van, moving up to Harrison, Pennsylvania. Originally, they go by the name Small the Joy. They figure out real quick that nobody wants to buy a rock record from a band called Small the Joy, Some Feelings Workshop, it'd be like as if I, Guitar Meets Science on YouTube, changed my channel name to Guitar Meets Feelings or Guitar Meets Hearts or something. That would be terrible.
wrong
So
with
these
Guitar
guys were
Meets
thinking
Hearts?
along the same lines. And so they changed the name to Fuel because they want something loud, fast, heavy. The entire engine of this operation is a guitarist, songwriter named Carl Bell. Carl has this very specific vision for how things are supposed to go. He's a master architect, writes every chord progression, lyric, vocal melody, every bass groove. Then he finds his singer, Brett Scallions, who's working as a bartender in Jackson, Tennessee. The thing about Brett is that he's got that incredible, raw, full-throated, raspy roar that cuts through the wall-to-wall guitar noise like a chainsaw. And Carl looks at Brett and realizes that is the exact delivery mechanism he's going to need to sell those songs to radio stations across the planet. And so, Fuel start grinding it out on the Mid-Atlantic club and bar circuit, playing dirty dive bars 4 to 6 nights a week, pack their equipment into the back of a beat-up Ford van, driving through blizzards, sleeping on busted floors. But they managed to build a completely fanatical local following. In 1996, they scraped together their pocket change, walk into a local studio, drop an independent 8-song EP called Porcelain. And they sell 10,000 copies of this thing right out the trunk of their car at shows. And so, word gets back to New York City. A&R reps from the labels put on their flannel shirts and fly out to Pennsylvania to see what this fuss is all about. Massive bidding war breaks out. Boom, Sony's Epic Records signs Fuel to a multi-album contract. In March of 1998, they released their debut major label record, Sunburn. The Sunburn explodes. The single, Shimmer, climbs all the way to the number 2 on the Billboard Modern Rock Tracks chart. Songs like Bittersweet, Jesus Wore a Gun are playing on rock radio stations literally every 20 minutes. We're talking selling over 1 million copies in the US alone, so the album goes platinum. And now these guys are hitting the movie soundtracks. Godzilla puts Walk the Sky right next to Rage Against the Machine and Silverchair. They're hitting the late night talk shows, playing the main stage at radio festivals in front of 50,000 fans. On paper, Fuel is set up to be one of the defining, dominant arena rock acts of the entire decade. So now, Fuel is huge. Riding on horrendously expensive tour buses, faces are on magazine covers, royalty checks are rolling in. But behind the curtain, we're talking this insane, bitter ego war, which is heating up between Carl Bell and Brett Scallion. Here's the thing about the dynamic inside of Fuel. Carl writes everything. He sits alone in a room with an acoustic guitar, writes the melody, the lyrics, figures out the arrangement, registers all the songwriting publishing under his own name, which means every single CD sold, every time a song gets played on the radio, he gets some really sweet backyard money. While the rest of the guys only split the performance cut after the label recoups every penny of recording and touring debt. Because Carl writes everything on that guitar in standard tuning, he arranges the vocal melodies in whatever high, screaming register he
You've
thinks
been
sounds
examined.
the most intense. But of course, he's not the guy standing at the center of the stage having to sing those parts every single night. That job belongs to Brett. And Brett has to go in that vocal booth and perform at the absolute physical ceiling of his vocal range. And then to add to that, they're going on these grueling 10-month world tours. Fuel playing 5 nights a week in hot, smoky clubs and amphitheaters. Every single night, Brett's screaming his lungs out on songs like Sunburn, Bittersweet, hitting notes that are just ripping his throat to shreds. And Brett eventually goes to Carl in the rehearsal space and he's like, hey man, my throat can't take this. I can't do this every night on tour. Can we maybe bring the guitars down a half step? Or can you start running these vocal melodies in a lower key so I don't have to permanently destroy my voice? And Carl looks him right in the face. He's like, hell no. Carl's completely rigid about his musical composition. To Carl, dropping the guitar down into, Van Halen range diminishes the brightness and tone of the instruments and compromises the integrita of his
The
hit
Van
song.
Halen range.
Yes, I said integrita instead of integrity. To Carl, the song is a sacred architectural blueprint. The
Integrita.
singer is just the guy hired to operate the machine. If the blueprint calls for a high note, well then, damn it, you hit the high note. So Brett has no choice. To survive the agonizing physical pain and vocal burnout on the road, he decides that he's going to go ahead and start self-medicating. Getting smashed on booze heavily before, during, after shows, to numb his throat and deal with the crushing anxiety of losing his voice in front of 10,000 paying fans. Despite all this backstage animosity, the machine keeps on rolling. September 2000, Fuel drops their second major album, Something Like Human. And this record is a certified frickin' juggernaut. The lead single, Hemorrhage in My Hands, monster cultural hit. We're talking #1 on the Billboard Modern Rock Tracks chart, staying parked at that top spot for 12 consecutive weeks. The song actually goes on to become one of the most played rock songs of the entire decade. The album sells more than 2 million copies in the US, double platinum, baby. And now, Fuel is headlining arenas, touring with Aerosmith, Creed, Kid Rock. We got bassist Jeff Abercrombie and drummer Kevin Miller locking down the rhythm section, laying down the grooves while Carl stands stage left, cranking out heavy riffs. But backstage, the atmosphere in those dressing rooms is ice cold. Because now Brett's feeling like this glorified, underpaid employee who's destroying his physical body for Carl's publishing royalty. Carl feels like the guy's surrounded by guys who just don't seem to appreciate his musical genius, traveling in separate areas, barely speaking to one another, drowning all that tension in alcohol. Perfect recipe for success. So by early 2003, Epic Records is like, hey, we need another smash hit. So the band heads into the studio to record their third major album, Natural Selection. The recording sessions, total frickin' disaster. The interpersonal tension inside the studio is toxic. Carl's written another batch of songs, including Falls on Me, Won't Back Down. Hey, somebody else wrote a song called Won't Back Down. Very interesting. I'm sure you folks in the comment section might know. First one gets a cookie. And A Million Miles. But Brett's vocal cords are shot.
Tom Petty,
He's
Tom
struggling
Petty.
through takes in the vocal booth.
Tom Petty, won't back down. Yeah. That's Tom Petty.
Cracking on high notes, blowing out his voice after 2 hours, and he's getting furious. Carl is sitting behind the soundboard with the producer. He just wants take after take until he can just nail it down. Brett has to hit that exact pitch the way it was intended. And Brett and Carl just get into these screaming matches that echo down the hallways of the studio. But they get through it, and Natural Selection comes out in September 2003. Album gets a Grammy nomination for Falls on Me. Becomes a top 10 radio hit. But here's the problem. The album only goes gold. Now you think about that. The last album went 2 times platinum in the US alone. Part of that problem is that music is now starting to shift toward pop punk, garage rock, and Fuel is getting that huge slowdown of commercial momentum. And then they just internally start pointing the fingers, and it's ruthless. Carl and the band's management decides the rhythm section needs to be disciplined. In particular, Carl feels that their drummer, Kevin Miller, is bringing way too much personal chaos and attitude into the band dynamic. So in 2004, Kevin Miller wakes up to find out that he is no longer in Fuel. No band meetings or handshakes. Kevin kicked
You don't
out of
want
the
to
group.
call the guy? Fucking call the guy, pussy. You're worse. Oh my god, you're a fucking pussy. Call the guy. Don't ghost him. He's your bandmate, you fucking asshole. Men. Men. Straight bitch made, most of them.
Ending the classic 4-piece lineup that had been together since the mid-90s in Pennsylvania. And Brett, he's looking at the empty drum throne, and he's like, you know what? The brotherhood of this band is gone. His voice is on the verge of collapsing. He has zero creative control over the music. His rhythm section partner was just unceremoniously dumped. And of course, he can't stand being in the same room as Carl Bell for more than 30 seconds. So,
who can?
February 7th, 2006, Brett Scallions walks into a meeting, drops the mic, at least figuratively, and says, that's it. I'm out of this band. Walks away from the multi-platinum machine, leaving Carl Bell holding a band with no singer and no drummer. So now you got Carl Bell sitting there with a Fuel trademark, major label deal, and an empty vocal booth. And his attitude is like, I wrote every single hit that made this band millions of dollars. The songs are the brand. I could put any talented singer behind the mic and the fans will still buy the record. And so, Carl begins the search for a new voice. Right around that exact time in the spring of 2006, season 5 of American Idol is friggin' huge on TV, pulling in 30 million viewers an episode. So you got this bald rocker contestant on the show from North Carolina, Chris Daughtry. During one of his live performance episodes, he walks on the stage in front of Simon Cowell and 30 million viewers and performs a scorching high-energy cover of Fuel's signature hit, hemorrhage in my hands. And the next morning, Fuel's catalog gets this huge bump in digital
What?
sales. Carl
Oh,
Bell
God, are
and
you
Jeff
serious?
Abercrombie see this, and they decide to make a public spectacle. They go on national TV and entertainment news broadcasts and publicly offer Chris the job as the official new lead singer of Fuel before Daughtry is even eliminated from American Idol. Spoiler alert, he was eliminated after telling everybody that he wore boxer briefs, apparently. Of course, that's not why he
What?
got eliminated, but I remember the cringe factor of that particular episode. I remember it well. So the media goes wild with the story. Everybody assumes Daughtry will jump at the chance to front an established multi-platinum rock band. But it turns out that Chris Daughtry is not a dummy. He looks at Fuel's internal drama, looks at his own massive TV fan base, and publicly tells the band, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. So instead, Daughtry goes on to form his own solo band, Daughtry, and his debut album goes on to sell over 6 million copies worldwide, totally dwarfing Fuel's entire career number. So, Carl Bell's left looking desperate on national TV. He's got to scramble to find a replacement who won't turn him down. So he turns to the internet, holds private auditions, eventually discovers a relatively unknown singer, Torin Green. Torin's got a powerful, soaring post-grunge voice. Most importantly, he can hit those ridiculously high notes without asking for a tune down of the guitar. Carl also hires former Godsmack drummer Tommy Stewart to sit behind the drum kit. And in August of 2007, Fuel releases their fourth studio album, Angels and Demons. Carl Bell writes the entire record, produces the tracks, tells the music press that this record proves Fuel is bigger than any single vocalist. But there's a problem with this. Turns out that the rock audience disagrees. Angels and Demons is a friggin' commercial faceplant. Record debuts at number 42 on the Billboard 200 chart, drops off into
But it's
oblivion
Fuel, of
almost
course it did.
immediately after. Sells less than 100,000 copies. But when Fuel hits the road to tour the album, the disaster just gets worse. Rock fans show up to venues, look at the stage,
Gonna go put some more
realize
vodka
the
in this drink, I'll be
charismatic
right back.
guy with the blonde hair who sang Shimmer on MTV is nowhere to be seen. So the ticket sales crater, venues are half empty. Make it even worse, they're heckling at Torin on stage, demanding to hear Brett. Guy couldn't catch a break, unfortunately. The entire venture, bleeding money every single day that they stay on that road. So, after the catastrophic failure of Angels and Demons, the business entity known as Fuel completely falls apart at the seams. Carl Bell looks at the financial record, the empty ticket stubs, decides, you know what, he's done. Bassist Jeff Abercrombie, who'd been there since the club days, packs his bags, officially quits the music industry entirely, and Carl decides he doesn't even want to get on a tour bus anymore. Packs his guitars, leaves the touring world behind, retreats to LA to work as an independent songwriter, producer for other artists, and that leaves the new singer, Torin Green, standing in an empty room holding a microphone with no band behind him. Carl abandoned the touring lineup, leaving Fuel completely defunct and inactive. There's not a single founding or original member left playing Fuel songs on any stage in the world. Meanwhile, Brett Scallions spent some years away from the toxic environment,
Your skill
rested
has
his
increased.
vocal cords, had to go see actual vocal specialists, got himself physically, mentally clean. Once he was healed, legendary musicians started calling him. 2007, Ray Manzarek, Robbie Krieger from The Doors. Reach out to Brett.
Wow.
We're talking stepping into the shoes
Robbie
of none other
Krieger.
than Jim Morrison himself. And the beautiful part, you don't need high notes for that. And so they're putting together a global touring project called Riders on the Storm to celebrate the
Oh,
catalog of The
God.
Doors. And they
So
put Brett
cheesy.
right into the fold, step in the shoes of
course they
Jim
did.
Morrison. Brett takes the gig, spends the next year touring arenas, major
That's
theaters
like
all
fake
across
Doors.
Europe, North America, performing timeless classic rock songs alongside Rock and Roll Hall of Fame royalty. And the critical reception for this is huge. Brett realizes that audiences still worship his voice, stage presence, and energy. So Brett looks at the rock landscape in 2009 and thinks, Carl walked away from Fuel, Jeff quit, the band's completely dead. Why am I letting the hits that I spent 15 years helping to build sit there and collect dust? And so in 2009, Brett decides that he's going
So he
to go
starts
back on the
hacking
road and sing
Fuel.
the songs that made him a rock star.
Nope.
The problem? Carl Bell and Jeff Abercrombie still hold legal co-ownership of the registered Fuel
So they have a
trademark.
huge
Brett's
knockdown,
lawyers are like,
drag-down battle.
if you go anywhere near that word fuel, their attorneys are going to slap you with immediate cease and desist orders and sue the crap out of you. And so Brett comes up with this really clever legal loophole. he names his new touring outfit Refueled. And he brings in these veterans, Annie Roos and Brad Stewart from Shinedown, Ken Shaw from Candiria. Hit the
So
road,
get your
booking
shine box and
medium-sized
your sack of
clubs and
nickels
rock
because it
festivals,
tickles to
filling the
see
shows.
you act
Brett
just like
Scallion,
Mr. Pickles
the voice of
with your
Fuel,
shine down
Refueled.
shine box.
And the
fucking
fans show up in
idiot-ass
droves,
fucking
packed houses of 2,000 people a
college
night,
radio,
screaming
fucking
the
worth of
lyrics to
shit.
Shimmer, Bittersweet, Hemorrhage, Bad Day.
Terrible-ass
Promoters are
fucking
throwing
band.
cash at Brett because the reality of the rock market is simple. Casual fans do not buy tickets to watch a songwriter play rhythm guitar in the dark. Instead, they buy the tickets to see the dude who sang the song on the radio. But now Carl Bell and the legal reps sitting in California see these packed venues and realize that they're leaving tens of thousands of dollars in performance royalties on the table by keeping the real band name locked in legal purgatory. So in 2010, lawyers sit down in a boardroom and hash out an uneasy truth. Carl Bell and the corporate LLC grant Brett Scallions the official legal license to drop the re-prefix tour internationally under the official moniker Fuel. So for an entire decade, 2010 straight through to 2020, Brett Scallions is Fuel. He's the sole original member on stage every night, but the promoters are happy, checks are clearing, fans are satisfied. During that time, in March 2014, Brett decided to take it a step further. Takes his touring lineup into the studio and records a brand new 5th official Fuel studio album, Puppet Strings.
What?
Brett writes the lyrics,
Puppet
collaborates
Strings?
with outside writers.
That's a
pulls
terrible
in Robbie
name.
Krieger from the Doors to lay down a
Robbie
blistering
Krieger?
solo on the track Ghost.
Oh no!
Lead single Yeah climbs into the top 20 in the rock charts. So Brett has flipped the script. For 10 years, he proved that his voice was the actual commodity that people cared about. Carl Bell's happy. He's sitting at home collecting some royalty publishing checks. Brett's the one under the spotlight, getting thousands of people to sing his choruses back to him. So now all is going well and everything's very peachy. Or is it? So Brett spends that decade rebuilding the Fuel brand from the dirt, touring in broken vans, playing country fairs, giant festivals, repairing the band's reputation after the 2007 failure. And then right when the global touring industry shuts down in early 2020, we're talking the height of the pandemic, Carl Bell decides, you know what? I want my old machine back. So behind closed doors, no concerts are taking place, Carl Bell quietly contacts the very man he kicked out of the band 16 years earlier, original drummer Kevin Miller. So these guys decide to bury the hatchet, align their corporate stock and legal standing inside the original partnership LLC. And with their combined corporate voting weight, Carl Bell and Kevin Miller execute a hostile legal maneuver to
my
reclaim
God.
exclusive operational control of the Fuel trademark and business entity. They effectively revoke Brett's licensing authority to tour or record under the Fuel name. Just rip it right out from underneath it. Brett Scallions
It's
is
theirs.
blindsided. 'Cause now he's been carrying the band's legacy on his back through thousands of live gigs for 10 straight years. Now he's forced out of the very entity that he actually rescued from obscurity.
But
In
you're not
2020,
good.
Brett, feeling just totally defeated, goes public, says, "That's it, I'm finished with Fuel." And then the summer of 2021, Carl
I was
Kevin
always finished with
announced
Fuel.
the grand reunion of Fuel. No Brett. Instead, he brings in
Look
a
at
new
this,
singer,
man.
John
Ugh.
Allen, who sang for the 80s hair metal group Child's Play. And in October 2021, Carl and Kevin released a new studio album called Anomaly. Carl's backstage left playing guitar, Kevin behind the drums. Brand new vocalist is singing Carl's lyrics. Man, talk about musical chairs in this band. So after more than 30 years, going multi-platinum, multi-million-dollar radio hits, blown-out
They were
vocal
never
cords,
good.
fired drummers,
They
rejected
never did get
American
good.
Idol offers, vicious corporate lawsuits. The story of Fuel is a freaking mess. Absolute freaking mess. Got a band with a guy who
Not a
wrote the notes,
surprise.
the guy who sang the notes, spent 3 decades tearing the house down just to see who got to keep the name on the deed. Like, subscribe. Thank you.
Terrible.
Before he
band.
was crooning power ballads in leather pants and getting smothered in whipped cream on cherry pie, the guy we knew as Janie Lane popped out of the Midwest womb in 1964 with a name straight out of the CIA Witness Relocation Program, John Kennedy Oswald. Yeah, that's not a name, that's a conspiracy theory with a birth certificate. You got JFK and Lee Harvey mashed together like some crazy cosmic joke. A certificate. You got JFK and Lee Harvey mashed together like some crazy cosmic joke. Eventually,
crazy
he
cosmic
rebranded
joke.
to John Patrick Oswald, which, let's face it, still sounds like a guy who sells life insurance at church picnics. But he wasn't about that khaki life. The kid grew up in Brimfield, Ohio, one of those all-American zip
I thought he was
codes where
gonna
the
say
corn's high
Colorado.
and the rock and roll dreams are even higher. He was a baby in a six-pack of Oswald kids, a real Brady bunch. Sisters Marcine, Michelle, Victoria, harmonizing around the dinner table while older brother Eric was already shredding guitar like a freaking madman. And by the time little Johnny could tie his shoes, he was teaching himself drums, piano, guitar by ear, like some kind of prepubescent mutant. No lessons or sheet music, just pure instinct and radio static from WMMS 100.7 FM, The Buzzard. Cleveland's rock temple
Buzzard.
blasting out Bowie, Zeppelin, Styx, and whatever glitter
106.7 KBPI, bitch.
stomping across the Midwest airwaves. By age 11, while other kids were still figuring out cursive and how to eat glue properly, he was playing in clubs under the name Mitch Dynamite, a name that sounds like a guy who throws Molotov cocktails for fun and signs autographs on stripper heels. And the band? Poker Face, which feels prophetic because Lane would spend most of his adult life bluffing his way through emotional landmines with a grin and a bottle. And when the siblings all flew the coop, Daddy Ozzy Oswald stepped in, not with a belt or a
Ozzy
lecture,
Oswald.
but with club contracts. The man became his kid's unofficial agent, calling venues, greasing palms, making sure Mitch Dynamite got his spot behind the kid. A PTA dad turned rock and roll pimp. That is definitely love. By the time 1982 rolled around, Janie, or whatever the hell his name was that week, graduated Field High School with a diploma in one hand and a drumstick in the other, ready to trade homeroom for hotel rooms, suburban sidewalks for Sunset Strip sidewalks, sticky with dreams and spilled beer. And the best part? The real chaos hadn't even started yet. So high school ends, cap and gown hit the floor, and John Patrick Oswald, a.k.a. Mitch Dynamite, a.k.a. future heartthrob of hair metal heartbreak, is definitely not off to college. He's off to the clubs. Straight into a band called Siren, spelled C-Y-R-E-N, which he's off to the clubs. Straight into a band called Siren, spelled C-Y-R-E-N, which sounds either like a Greek myth or a street corner worker from Reno. So he's back on the drums, smashing skins and singing from behind the kit. The lineup with Skip Hammond, John
This guy
Weekland,
is
Don
funny.
Hoover,
Determined
Rusty
science.
Phoner, a bunch of guys who sound like they work at a local auto body shop by day and rip through Zeppelin covers by night. Now picture this. Someone and risque sticky floors and blown monitors. Al Collins shows up. He's from the band Risque, which sounds exactly like what you think it does. Fishnets, eyeliner, and dangerous decisions. Collins sees Lane, and he just knows. This kid's not just a drummer. He's got it. That frontman fire simmering just beneath the cymbals. So he ropes him in to this new Frankenstein monster of a band called Dorian Gray, which is about as
Dorian
subtle
Gray.
as naming your band Youth, Decay, and Cocaine. Colin wants Lane front and center. No more drum throne, just a mic and the spotlight. But Lane, he's hesitating a bit. Not really stage fright exactly. More like he knew he could sing, but stepping out front, that's like a whole different drug. And so he slinks back behind the kit, hiding
Ooh,
that
Scroll
voice
of
like
Re-Race
it's
3.
contraband. And the group, featuring Steven and Dave Chamberlain, who
sell
sound
it.
like twins that got kicked out of art school for setting things on fire, just keep on rolling. But Collins doesn't forget. He's got this vow, like some glam rock Batman. When you're ready, man, when you're ready to put down the sticks and grab the mic, you start a new band. One built around you. And that was the deal. And when Lane finally stepped up, the whole damn genre would feel the aftershocks. But right now, he's just a drummer with a secret weapon lodged in his throat and no idea what's coming. So it's 83.
Yeah,
the
a
Dorian
dick.
Gray saga packs up its eyeliner and existential dread and hauls ass down to Florida. Land of swamps,
Am I gonna be a
serial
hair metal
killers,
god or not?
retirees with switchblades and their walkers, a few whack jobs thrown in for good measure. Sunshine State is not exactly the glam rock capital of the world, but for a guy like Lane, it's just one more stage. And somewhere in that muggy, sweat-soaked mess of humidity and broken amps, he finally does it. Drops those drumsticks and grabs the mic and steps right into the center of the hurricane. And that is when Plain Jane is born. New band, same chaos. Still with Al Collins, the guy who saw this coming all along, and now Stephen Chamberlain, who doesn't just reinvent himself musically, he mutates into Stephen Sweet, which sounds like a flavor of lip gloss or a dude who seduces prom queens and steals their mom's car in the same night. But here's the kicker. John Kennedy Oswald, the kid with the FBI's most cursed birth name, is not using it anymore. He switches to Janie Lane, spelled like a California motel. And it's actually pronounced Yanni, thanks to his German grandparents
Yanni?
tripping over English consonants. The
Yanni?
name,
Are
it
you
sticks,
serious?
like gum on a strip club
This guy, no, wait.
floor. I'm Janie Lane. And that name would go on the headline marquees, grace MTV, and get spray painted on bathroom walls next to lipstick numbers and promises nobody kept. But he's not some born frontman with swagger dripping from his ears. He had to train. Enter Ron Feldman, vocal coach and gatekeeper of the weird. Feldman takes Janie under the wing and says,
Gatekeeper
hey,
of the
you want to learn
weird.
how to sing? Come meet my robot band. Seriously. Feldman introduces him to Creative Engineering Inc., a joint that makes animatronic nightmares for kids' pizza joints. Most famously, the Rock-afire explosion. So Janie Lane goes from club gigs to programming singing robot animals like Duke LaRue, the animatronic drummer who looked like a spacefaring raccoon on acid. And so you gotta picture it. Future glam god spending his afternoons wiring up robot dog limbs and syncing mechanical jaw movements to pre-recorded vocals, and then moonlighting in bars chasing the real thing. It's like if Freddie Mercury had a side gig working at Chuck E. Cheese's behind the curtain. First live vocal debut, a little spot called The Station in Fern Park, Florida. Not the Whiskey, definitely not the Roxy, just some dive bar off the Florida highway where the beer's flat and the dreams are even flatter. That night, something clicked. Something broke loose. The animatronics stopped, and the animal in him actually woke up. And from then on, Janie Lane was no longer behind anything.
Oh, AK.
He was the
Oh,
show.
well.
So now we're in Winter Park, Florida. Plain Jane is cutting demos.
Nope.
Smell like weed closet, but it didn't matter. That itch was there, and it was too big for Florida. So in the spring of '84, they pack up what little they got, guitars, maybe a stolen traffic cone, and roll west. California, to be exact. Not just any part, Hollywood. But not the rich Hollywood. Not the cocaine and convertibles kind. We're talking about the Hollywood Bowl Motel. The kind of place where the sheets are stiff, the air conditioner coughs blood, and hookers bang on the wrong door by accident. It is the place where hope goes to get mugged. And they were broke. Literally mustard packet sandwiches broke. The kind of broke where you just walk into the local 7-Eleven just to sniff the hot dogs. Phone calls home became lifelines. Hey mom, yeah, we're totally fine. Just wondering if you could Western Union like $1,000 by tomorrow maybe. And to keep the lights on, Janie worked in a porn warehouse. Not starring, not directing, just sorting tapes in a back room with the floor probably squelched a bit when you walked on it. Titles like Boob Raiders 3 and Inspector Gadget Gets Fisted stacked to the ceiling. Meanwhile, they're all living in one condo. 13 dudes, 2 bedrooms. You got guitar cases in the bathtub, bass amps as coffee tables, and the smell that could have legally been declared a biohazard. And who's footing the rent? New guitar player Paul Noble, who probably had the only credit card in the group. It wasn't a band, it was a sweaty, loud, half-starving cult held together, basically on a whim. But by 1985, these maniacs were making noise. On the strip, at the clubs, the name Plain Jane was popping up on flyers, and who are they opening for? Warrant. Yeah, the same band that Janie would end up fronting. Plot twist. Like Bruce Wayne opening up for Batman. They weren't legends yet, but they were there, on the fringes, gnawing their way into the scene one gig, one sleazy club owner, a mustard sandwich at a time. But here's where the stars finally line up. 1986, the universe just decides to shuffle the deck all of a sudden. Plain Jane's bass player and guitar player just bail. Probably couldn't handle one more night sleeping under a crash cymbal. At the exact same moment, Warrant's singer and drummer end up piecing out of that band. Like some cosmic Craigslist swap meet. We'll trade rhythm section for frontman with bleach blonde ambition. Eric Turner, Warrant's founding riff slinger, had already seen Janie doing his thing, seen the guy spit out melodies like he was mainlining Sugar and Heartbreak, pulling choruses out of thin air like card tricks. He knew. Lane didn't just sing. He sold the story. Even if the story was just, here's my tongue, here's your thigh. So he picks up the phone, he's like, hey man, you and Sweet want to come over and jam? And where do they meet? DB Sound in Hollywood, which sounds like a gear rental joint, but back then it was a portal. One of those crusty rehearsal rooms that reeked of stale beer, where every other band was convinced that they were 2 months from MTV and one guitar solo from signing with Geffen Records. So Lane walks in with Steve and Sweet, sits down with this half-dismantled version of Warrant, and they start jamming. And not just play together, they snap together, like some glam Voltron made of hooks, harmonies, and cheekbones. And that room, that moment, that was the start of the good times, the bad times, and every whipped cream-soaked memory in between. Because that's where Janie Lane's real story began, the iconic chapter. The one with gold records, lawsuits, bottle service breakdowns, and platinum regret. The rise was coming, fast, and it would either crown him king or bury him beneath the throne. So now Warrant's rolling through LA, packing out clubs, cranking out hooks, and every label in town starts sniffing around like it's feeding time at the zoo. They almost steal the deal with A&M Records. Everything's looking sweet. Hell, they're even tied to Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure soundtrack. Talk about prophecy. Somehow the whole thing fizzles out. One day it's a handshake, the next it's a ghosted voicemail. And then comes Tom Hewlett. Now this guy is not some industry goon with a cigar and a Rolodex. We're talking the architect behind the Beach Boys, Elvis, the dude who probably invented the concept of the tour bus breakdown. He sees Lane and says, yeah, I've seen a million wannabes, but this guy, frickin' firecracker. So Hewlett doesn't just get him signed to Columbia. He becomes Janie's mentor, the closest thing to a father figure since Ozzy Oswald was booking bar gigs back in Brimfield. And they would end up riding that rocket together until cancer took Hewlett out in '93. But before the fall, there's the rise. And holy hell, what a rise. 1989, Warrant drops their debut, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. And the title? Not ironic. Thing hits like a champagne bottle to the teeth. Double platinum. Number 10 on Billboard. And it's all Lane. Every song. Every heartbreak, every wink, every cry for help wrapped in a catchy chorus. He wrote the damn thing top to bottom. The singles. Down Boys. Sometimes she
Ugh.
cries.
Ugh.
Kid who is programming animatronic raccoons is making teenage girls cry in shopping malls. Then comes Cherry Pie in 1990. If that first record was a rap on the
She's
door,
my
this
Cherry
was just
Pie,
a full-blown
the worst song ever
kick
written
right
in the
through
fucking
whole
history of
damn
pop
thing.
radio.
Another double
She's
platinum
my
climbs to
cherry
number
pie.
7. Janie writes 4 more top 40s. Cherry Pie.
Ugh.
Lot. Especially with I Saw Red, which is actually written about him catching his girl with his best friend. A very saddening story, but he took this batch of lemons that he had and just made lemonade out of it all the way. Uncle Tom's Cabin just rocks hard. And of course, Cherry Pie is full of these really catchy riffs and one of the catchiest choruses of any song. These guys are totally on fire. And he even dabbles in film, co-writes and performs The Power, that bare-knuckle, sweat-soaked, meathead flick Gladiator in '92. Not that Gladiator, the one with Brian Dennehy, not Russell Crowe. Think more punches and parking garages than Roman epics. And then the third album drops, Dog Eat Dog, same year, '92. It's not as shiny, darker, rougher, more real, like a hangover after a 2-year champagne bender.
Ugh. Terrible.
It's called, but here's the twist. 6 months later, he comes crawling back to the group. Not for nostalgia, business. Warren's trying to wrangle a new deal with CMC International, a label that basically adopted every glam refugee who hadn't overdosed or shaved their head yet. So Lane plugs back in, patches things up, and bam, new chapter. The records? Ultraphobic in '95, Belly to Belly in '96. These albums weren't chasing platinum. They were a survival album. Grunge had gutted the scene, and Lane was writing lyrics like he knew the party was over, but nobody had cleaned up the blood. He was trying to evolve, but that voice, smooth as a velvet rope and twice as noose-like, still screams hair metal. And the people just weren't buying Hairspray anymore at that point. They're into flannel and feelings. Still, they kept pushing. Greatest and latest in '99, aka Remember When We Mattered? And in 2001, a cover record, Under the Influence. Last chance love letter to their roots before the tide pulled them under completely. By 2004, it blows up again. Personal, business, the usual mess. Lane bails. There's only so many times you can stitch the same wound shut before the whole damn arm falls off. But glam is a cruel mistress. She doesn't let go so easily. So in 2008, like some rock and roll Groundhog Day, Lane's back again. This time with the original lineup. Full reunion. Few shows, fans come out, older, bit on the rounder side, crying a bit into their Coors Light. It could have worked, it really should have worked, but by September, it's dead. Lane's out. Irreconcilable differences, which in rock speak means too many lawyers, too much baggage, and not enough Xanax. But from then on, it's Warrant versus Janie, but with a twist. They're both playing the same songs. One band, two ghosts. Every chorus, every hook, every fist in the air anthem written by the same guy, now split down the middle like a divorce settlement with guitar solos. Janie's songs never left the stage, he just couldn't always be on it. By the early 90s, Janie Lane's life starts looking less like rock fairy tale and more like a fever dream, directed by David Lynch with a Warrant soundtrack. Between label politics, internal meltdowns, and the grunge hammer dropping like a guillotine, he starts branching out, acting of all things. Shows up in Caged Fear, High Strung in 91. It's not exactly Brando-level drama. Think more straight to VHS with boobs and bullets, but hey, the guy was trying. And here's where the backstage drama starts eating the main act alive. 91, Janie Lane marries Bobby Brown. Yeah, that Bobby Brown, the one licking cherries and breaking
Whitney
hearts in the
Houston.
Cherry Pie video. The face of every hair metal fantasy
Oh, no,
scribbled
never
in the
mind.
Trapper Keeper. The ultimate rock and roll trophy wife, and Janie married her, like sealing a music video in a wedding ring. They look like Malibu, Barbie, and Glam Ken on the red carpet, but behind the scenes, it was pure TNT with a short fuse. Parties, jealousy, touring chaos, the whole sex, drugs, and dysfunction starter pack. By 92, they have a daughter, Taylor. By 93, the whole thing implodes into spectacular divorce worthy of a Jerry Springer finale. Years later, Bobby would air out every bloodstained detail in her memoir, Dirty Rocker Boys, and it's every bit as scorched earth as it sounds. Nevertheless, he starts working on a solo album, Jabberwocky, in 93. And this thing, it's not Cherry Pie 2. Weird, wandering, ambitious little monster. As if Lane took a wrong turn into David Bowie's attic and came out with a bunch of cryptic demos and no label support. The record never sees daylight, but the bootlegs start leaking in the late 90s, popping up on eBay like forbidden fruit. One CD, $100. And it's not even mastered. It's demo level, hiss and all. Heartbreak with Lane whispering into the void. But eventually the suits and the fans want something safer. Fast forward to 96,
Suits
Janie
and the
tries
fans.
marriage again, this time with Roanne Brewer, who had the whole Miss Maryland USA crown thing going for her. Less rock video, more pageant queen. And for a minute, looks like stability. They have a daughter, Madison, in 1997. But stability in Janie's world is like a clean drug test, fleeting and suspicious. Eventually, by 2005, marriage number 2 would be circling the drain and goes out with the same bitter paperwork as before. So in 2003, he drops his first official solo record, Back Down to 1. It's shiny, punchy, full of hooks. Lane in full Warrant regalia, but with less hairspray and more shadows under the eyes. The label, Z Records. Sounds like a tax shelter, but then gets reissued by Immortal Sidewinder in 2006. But right after it hits, he crashes. Checks into rehab. Alcohol, drugs, exhaustion. Same damn cocktail that killed 1,000 rockers before him. And this one just came with room service and a daily schedule. 2004, he tries to mount a comeback on the Bad Boys of Metal tour and bails after 8 shows. The engine sputtering. Behind the scenes, turmoil. On stage, probably magic if only for a minute. Somewhere in that haze, he's singing theme songs for a novel. The Devil of Shakespeare, backed by James Young from Styx, Ron Flint from 2020, and Chip Z'Nuff of Enough Z'Nuff fame. It's like some post-glam fever dream supergroup for book nerds. Then there's Magna Carta's 2005 Rush tribute. Lane throws down vocals on Bastille Day, and the 2112 overture Temples of Syrinx, which is wild, because Rush fans can be a bit on the cultist side. And Lane's from the school of sugar slick choruses and pop metal sheen. But damn if he didn't pull it off. Like a mall rocker doing sacred prog with a hangover and hitting every single friggin' note. And that same year, he pops up on VH1's Metal Mania. Stripped down, crooning acoustic versions of I Saw Red, Cherry Pie, and Heaven. And then boom, Celebrity Fit Club 2, the most vulnerable move of his career. He shows up looking pretty rough, sounding rougher, and people start rooting for him. America actually falls in love with his brokenness. It wasn't about the weight, it was about the damage, and the fact that he was trying to patch it up. But of course, drama's never far. He gets into a legal pissing match with his old bandmates for touring under Janie Lane's warrant, because nothing says rock and roll like cease and desist letters and trademark filings. Meanwhile, both he and the band are out there playing the same songs to different crowds and same nights, and it's a divorce where everyone kept the kids, pretty much. But he wraps the whole whirlwind with a photograph
divorce
in
where everybody
2007,
keeps the kids.
a covers album, essentially scrapbook of tributes he'd been sneaking onto other projects. A little Stones, bit of Bowie, a little Janie wearing somebody else's skin for a chain. It wasn't loud or flashy, but it was honest. And by then, that was worth more than platinum. So just when you think Lane's off the grid, buried under court orders and acoustic reworks of his glory days, he kicks open another side door into the rock scene. 2008,
Ooh,
he's
Showa
back in the
4.
mix. Co-writing The One That Got Away for Alice Cooper's Along Came a Spider. The godfather of shock rock invites the cherry pie guy to the horror table. It's like if Vincent Price hired a mall rat to write death monologues, and somehow it totally works. But underneath that glam, Lane could definitely write hooks, ballads, dark stuff, weird shit. He had a pen like a
Dark
scalpel.
stuff, weird
That wasn't
shit.
even the big play. Same year, he forms a supergroup with enough firepower to blow the roof off a rehab clinic. Saints of the Underground. And the lineup is Carrie Kelly on the guitar, Bobby Blotzer from Rat, aka lawsuit-wielding cocaine in human form, and you got Robbie Crane from the Vince Neil Band and later Rat as well, because apparently the whole glam world is just one incestuous jam session. Originally, they were calling themselves Angel City Outlaws, which sounds like a gang that
And not a
robbed
single
strip
one of them
clubs
had
in LA
talent.
while quoting David Lee Roth. They dropped Love the Sin, Hate the Sinner on April 22nd,
Guns N' Roses was good.
2008. A full album, not just a vanity EP. And it's mixed by Andy Johns. That's Led Zeppelin territory. Stones, Van Halen. You don't get Andy Johns unless you're dangerous, serious, or both. And they bring in Chuck Wright on bass. From Quiet Riot, House of Lords, the kind of guy who walks in a rehearsal and makes everyone else question their life's choices. Tracks like Bruised and Exit drop like they're trying to start a bar fight at a biker wake. It's heavy, pissed off. It's Lane without the cherry topping. Gritty, growling, and aged like a fine disaster. And then in summer 2010, Lane gets the call to do the rock equivalent of emergency surgery. Fill in as the lead singer
this
for
is like
Great
30
White
years
while
past
Jack
when
Russell
they've been
recovers
good.
from getting sliced open. That's like being asked to replace Axl
20
Rose during a
years.
riot. You gotta have the guts, grit, and enough vocal cord damage to make it believable. And Lane steps up, not to chase fame, not for some dumb legacy, just to keep that machine running. Because when you're a lifer in this game, you don't retire. You just switch bands, switch cities, switch masks, and hope the next gig doesn't kill you. And then out of nowhere, one final chapter. 2011, he marries Kimberly Nash. Quiet compared to the neon soap opera of the last two. No cameras or glitter, just vows and maybe a tiny flicker of peace. But months later, he's gone. That last wedding ended before the honeymoon could even wear off. Like a guy who finally found someone who could have walked with him through the ashes, and the clock ran out before they got past the front door. August 11th, 2011.
That was pretty
Jenny
deep.
Lane dies alone in a comfort inn in Woodland Hills. Which is just
Oh,
about the
Jenny
saddest sentence you
Lane.
could write about a guy who once packed arenas
oh,
and made
he's
glam
dead
rock feel like
now?
the center of the universe.
He's
Not a
dead
mansion,
now.
not a penthouse, a comfort inn. The kind of place where hope checks out at noon and the minibar's been raided for nothing but regret. 5:30 p.m., the LA Fire Department calls it acute alcohol poisoning. The final encore.
Acute
and no, it
alcohol
wasn't shocking,
poisoning.
but it still hit like a sucker punch. Because Lane was one of those guys you wanted to pull through. He had a
Yeah,
voice like
we
velvet
want him to
dipped
win.
in bleach and pain. Songwriter with a clown's grin and a poet's heart, crushed under the weight of expectations.
Oh, he
addiction,
died.
maybe
I'm
a bit too much
sorry.
fame. Just living too damn fast in the wrong era. And they gave
Too
him a
damn
great
fast in the
send-off on
wrong
August
era,
29th
bitch.
At the Key Club in Hollywood, formerly Gazzari's, with a strip, once bled eyeliner and ambition. The cast was a roll call of survivors and ghosts. Great White,
I'm
Quiet
sorry.
Riot, Enough's Enough, LA Guns, all bands who had partied with him, toured with him, or stumbled down the same fire escape of rock and roll excess. It wasn't sanitized or polished. It was loud, messy, and real, just like him. And then somebody gets the idea, hey, let's make a movie, a biopic, call it Cherry Pie Guy, because of course you do. Announced in 2011, with Jeff Danduran set to star and direct, independent, no studio was going to bankroll a glam rock tragedy in the era of TikTok and rebooted superheroes. As of 2022, the project is still floating in pre-production limbo. Still hasn't happened though, but maybe it will, maybe it won't. But the fact that they're trying says something, because Jenny Lane wasn't a punchline or a cautionary tale. He was a guy that wrote songs that made drunk girls cry, turn heartbreak into choruses and breakdowns into hooks. A kid from Brimfield with a name like a crime scene and a voice that wouldn't quit, even when everything else did. Jenny Lane didn't die in a blaze of glory. He died in a hotel room with the minibar emptied and the world moving on without him. But that's not the story. That's just the ending. The real story is everything in between. Kid from Brimfield who taught
Very
himself
good.
piano before kindergarten, who lived off of mustard packets and porn warehouse paychecks just to chase a song he hadn't even written yet. He was never built for the long game. Too sensitive for the industry, too talented to fade into the chorus, too haunted to stay sober when the lights came up. He wasn't just the cherry pie guy. He was the guy who wrote all of it. Every power ballad, every arena-filling hook, every late-night cry for help wrapped in a 4-minute radio hit. And yeah, he stumbled hard, publicly, repeatedly. But even when he was down, even when he was out, he kept crawling back to the mic like it was the only thing that ever actually understood him. So no, Jani Lane didn't go out like a legend, but he was one. Not because he died young, it's because he lived loud, wrote truth in those sugar-coated melodies, and left behind a catalog full of wounds disguised as sing-alongs. The hair fades, the trends rot, but the songs, they still hit hard. To my subscribers,
This
thank
one
you for
touched me,
being
and I don't even
freaking
like this
awesome.
guy.
And if you haven't had a chance to subscribe yet, reach over and grab that subscribe.
On November 10th, 2025, television actress Allison Mack debuted a new podcast called Allison After Nexium. Although you would never guess
no.
Nexium's pronounced that
Oh no, Allison Mack!
way if you look at it. This podcast will chronicle her journey and life after her involvement with the purported self-help organization and modern-day cult known as Nexium. The podcast received a lot of blowback for giving Mack a platform, as in April of 2019, she made headlines when she was sentenced to 3 years in prison. This was after pleading guilty to blackmailing women who were subjected to sexual humiliation within a subgroup of Nexium, orchestrated by its leader, Keith Raniere. Mack's journey to Nexium was through Hollywood. Born in West Germany to American parents Jonathan and Mindy Mack, young Allison started out modeling in print and commercial ads before studying acting in Los Angeles. Mack's early credits include the television series Seventh Heaven, the Showtime original film My Horrible Year, and Disney's Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. However, it would be in 2001 that Mack would find her big break on the hit show Smallville, which chronicled the life of a young Clark Kent. Mack's arrest and sentencing came as a shock to many of her fans, as horrifying details about Mack's real-life persona strongly contrasted with the character she played on TV. Primarily in Smallville, the character of Chloe Sullivan, the beloved, loyal best friend of Clark Kent. But according to court records, quote, Mack recruited several women as her slaves. She approached them and advertised the group as a secret women's empowerment sorority. In order to prevent these new recruits from leaving Nexium or publicly disclosing its existence, these women provided collateral. And by collateral, I mean damaging confessions about themselves and their loved ones, sexually explicit photos and videos, and even giving up control of their financial assets. Essentially, tying themselves to the group so much that they couldn't back out. From an outsider's perspective, hearing Mack's admission would easily identify Nexium as a cult, not a personal or professional development organization as it claimed to be. We'll get into all the horrible abuse and evil tactics done to its members later in the video, but the story of Nexium is a modern-day version of a boiling frog syndrome, a respectable facade with a dark underbelly. What seems innocent on the surface gradually turns evil, and how seemingly normal, accomplished people attract to that innocent promise of success can be caught in that slow simmer. As one of the more high-profile and modern examples of a cult, the media played an integral part in Nexium and Raniere's downfall, as former members spoke their truth to outlets like the New York Times, chronicling the horrors they witnessed and endured. And this article, as you could imagine, spread like wildfire, as details such as blackmail, sexual humiliation, torture, and even branding brought in every true crime junkie from every part of the world. At its center, Nexium's cult leader, Keith Raniere, was propped up as the poster child for the cult of personality. He built his image through Nexium, manufacturing his persona to create a godlike public image, and as a result, he was able to abuse more than 50 women for 2 decades. The rise and fall of Nexium is a perfect example of how cults operate, a system where manipulation and exploitation thrive in structure to enable those in power to do the unthinkable. So hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the story of Nexium and the self-help guru who branded his students. This is a story I've been familiar with for a while. As a matter of fact, we covered it back when I was on the Red Thread, but I wanted to give it a run here with some more details and more recent developments in the case and the group survivors. It's also just important to keep stories like this in mind, how people can use goodwill to do something terrible. Before we get into the video, I just want to remind you that the Redacted collection is here and available for a limited time. You can get the WIU or FBI lookalike hat and jacket, the Manhunt shirt, and this cool journal set for a limited time at the link in the description at wendigoon.shop. Get it while you can, and if you decide to support, it means the world. So if today's topic sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the horrors of of Nexium. But before we talk about something terrible, let's talk about something great, like today's sponsor, AG1. That's because AG1 is your daily health drink that combines your multivitamins, probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants into one simple green scoop. AG1 contains a lot of the things your body's missing out on. It's backed by clinical trials, but I can tell you from my own experience that it just helps me feel better. It's not like I drink it and lose weight and get more productive, but when you put the things into your body that your body's been missing out on, you'll be amazed by what you can get up to. Especially at this time of the year with a ton of deadlines and it feels like every other weekend you're traveling to see family. AG1 is an easy way to get some help. By easy, I really do mean easy, because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water, a spoonful of AG1, and you're good to go. And now there's even more ways to do AG1, because now in addition to their original formula, you can get AG1 in berry, citrus, or tropical flavors. From your energy to your gut health to your immune support, AG1's a good friend to have in your corner, especially during the holidays. And now's the perfect time to get in on AG1. That's because if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/windagang or scan the QR code, along with your order of AG1, you'll get a free welcome kit. That's right, a free welcome kit with things like a shaker bottle of vitamin D3 and K2, some sample packs of the different flavors, and more. Again, that's link in the description at drinkag1.com/windagang or scan the QR code to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description. We are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. The Latin root of nexium, or nexum, refers to debt, bondage, and slavery in ancient Rome, which immediately should have been a red flag to a lot of people. That is a very odd reference to make for a self-improvement
You've been
group.
examined.
Keith Raniere insisted that his intention for the name was in reference to the future. For him, publicly, Nexium represented, quote, the next millennium. But why was he so obsessed with what tomorrow held? Well, for that, we must look at his past. Keith Raniere was born in Brooklyn, New York on August 26, 1960. As a teenager, Raniere excelled in science and math and left high school early at the age of 16 to pursue higher education at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. But academics took a turn for the worse for Raniere in college, and he would graduate in 1982 with a 2.26 GPA, having failed numerous classes. While he did well as a child, as an adult, Raniere heavily exaggerated and outright lied about his educational feats, claiming to have spoken, quote, in full sentences when he was 1 year old, taught himself high school math in 19 hours when he was 12, and by 13 had learned 3 years of college math and several languages. This sounds like the stuff in like Kim Jong-un's autobiography, where he claimed to have beat golf by hole-in-oneing almost every hole on a course and also inventing cheeseburgers. At some point you can just lie and people won't say anything about it, I guess. As a boy, Raniere claimed to have read Isaac Asimov's sci-fi novel Second Foundation, which is about a secret organization of mental scientists that use telepathic abilities to guide humanity. This would undoubtedly inspire Raniere to later try and do the same. After college, Raniere worked as a computer programmer and consultant, per Vanity Fair, before launching his own multi-level marketing company, Consumers Byline, in 1990. For those unfamiliar, and be grateful if you are, multi-level marketing, commonly known as an MLM, is a business where distributors earn money by selling bulk products directly to consumers, who in turn recruit other individuals to do the same. These individuals give a share of their proceeds from the sales to the distributor above them, and so on. Now, the difference between an MLM and a pyramid scheme boils down to the legitimacy of the business. While MLM members earn income from selling to consumers, a pyramid scheme focuses on recruiting new members and their money with little to no emphasis on retail sales. Effectively, you only win if you get more people in on the scheme. A few red flags to watch for in discerning if an MLM is indeed a pyramid scheme includes its emphasis on recruitment for the reasons just mentioned. Things like high upfront costs, claims to easy money, and noticeably, a pressure to join immediately. So, kind of like the military. As far as Consumers Byline's operations, the company offered discounts to its members on groceries and other products, such as dishwashers and even hotel stays. Raniere promised, quote, lucrative commissions to old customers for recruiting new ones. And Robert Bremner, a former distributor, said, quote, Raniere was like a mythological figure. The guy with 240 IQ was coming to town. By the end of 1993, Raniere said that he had, quote, sold $1 billion in goods and services, employed 80 people, and had 250,000 believers paying him $19 a month to hawk his goods. And yes, you heard that right. He referred to these people in what is publicly a business as believers. Once again, probably should have raised some concern. However, according to Bremner, Raniere appeared to, quote, carry no money, seemed to sleep all day, rolled into his office around 10 p.m., and sometimes held meetings at 1 a.m. Business sagged, debt ballooned, and customers complained. Believe it or not, this vague business that had people pay dues and then hurriedly try to get other people on board to get discounts did not end well. The con was up, and regulators in 20 states started investigating. After regulators investigated Consumers Byline for allegedly being a pyramid scheme, Raniere shut down the company and was fined $40,000, despite not admitting to any wrongdoing. Again, quote from People, according to Forbes, he only paid $9,000 of the fine, even though he claimed to be worth $50 million, which he could be lying, but either way, multimillionaire, fined $9,000. I'm sure he learned his lesson. In 1994, 1 year after his settlement, Raniere and his then girlfriend, Tony Natalie, would go on to create a new MLM organization. This one was called National Health Network, another MLM that specialized in selling vitamins, which, you know, those companies are always trustworthy. This company, which he had set up in Clifton Park, New York, would be instrumental to NXIVM, as it was here that he met the woman who would become his business partner, Nancy Salzman. At the time of their meeting, Salzman was a nurse and therapist who studied hypnosis and something called neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP, which Raniere also studied because of course he did. The psychological approach of NLP therapist examines and mimics people's language and speech patterns to alter behavior and achieve patients' personal goals, which once again, a flag that is red should have shown up. Salzman was in awe of Raniere. She found him riveting and once wrote in a brochure, quote, "There is probably no discovery since writing as important for humankind as Mr. Raniere's technology." Okay, well, that's kind of, I can't think of anything that has ever been invented that I would consider with writing like as important as writing stuff down. The tech that Salzman was referring to was Raniere's self-help techniques, which sure, as important as writing, which became the foundation for NXIVM's curriculum. Salzman became Raniere's spiritual guide and his most eager follower. During this time, Salzman treated Natalie with therapy that would become the groundwork for what would become Raniere's next project. Natalie said that, quote, Salzman spent 4 days holed up with Raniere in his offices and emerged as his business partner. I'm sure nothing untoward happened in those 4 days. And those therapy sessions involved, according to CBC, quote, probing and rehashing Natalie's most painful secrets, she says, including the molestations she suffered as a child. In 1998, 8 years after founding Consumers Byline, Raniere, along with Salzman, founded Executive Success Programs, or ESP. ESP would eventually become NXIVM. ESP was the set of development workshops that sold executive coaching and self-help seminars. Its early clients included billionaire Richard Branson and BET co-founder Sheila Johnson. And while Raniere started a new chapter in his professional life, he would find himself closing one in his personal life. ESP was a core component within NXIVM, which was the parent organization that operated a hierarchy. That's it. Hierarchy. Okay. That structure and ranking system for its members. I'm never beating the third grade reading level accusations. Basically, ESP was the deceptive face of NXIVM, used initially to engage people and draw them deeper into the cult. Tony Natalie, Raniere's girlfriend, left him in 1999, but she could not escape his terror. From Vanity Fair, quote, although Salzman would deny allegations of harassment, according to court documents, Natalie's home was broken into. Police were sent to her mother's house. Her family was threatened. Their vitamin company, National Health Network, collapsed, and Natalie, who found herself in debt, filed for bankruptcy. But, again from Vanity Fair, quote, what should have been a quick process dragged out for 9 years as Raniere filed motion after motion against Natalie. In a process, the judge would say, smacks of a jilted fellow's attempt at revenge. I love it in these cases when the judge says something that is just mean. It makes me feel good. It was during this near-decade nightmare that Natalie learned that NXIVM employed a controversial private investigator named Jaral Aviv to monitor her home and look into her private life and business activities. And while Natalie was forced to live in a constant state of panic, NXIVM flourished. NXIVM targeted people who were concerned with developing their professional and personal skills, such as self-improvement, critical thinking, communication, and business. The ESP classes were a mix of self-help techniques, neuro-linguistic programming, or the NLP mentioned earlier, and cognitive behavioral therapy tactics that were modified into a proprietary system by Raniere. In other words, someone could interact with ESP and just think it's a standard self-help thing, and not know about the inner workings of the cult until you were drawn in. Instead of going by Keith or Nancy, the two founders asked their followers, because they're calling them followers, to call them Vanguard and Prefect. What, do I have a red flag? Do I have something I can hold up and pretend it's red? I would hold up the journal cover, but that's like too promo-y. I can't hold up anything that's green because it'll get lost in that. Here, I've got a skull, and that's kind of like a red flag, right? Like warning, danger, you know, death ahead, skull and crossbones. So this is the red flag now. So the people in your self-help group want to be called Vanguard and Prefect. It's one of these. NXIVM claimed to have worked with more than 16,000 people across the globe using a, quote, trademarked method called rational inquiry to help practitioners achieve their goals. The intensive multi-day workshop costs up to $7,500. And other branded labels were called the Science of Joy and Meta Theory. Once again, you can just make stuff up and people will go along with it. The ESP attendees would recite Raniere's 12-step mission statement every day, like the Pledge of Allegiance, but to a guy. So, you know, probably fine. One of the steps in that 12-step statement included that followers, quote, pledge to ethically control as much of the money, wealth, and resources of the world as possible. Also, like, it's a group of people that like appeals to celebrities and billionaires, and one of the things they commit to do is control as much money as possible. It's like a supervillain secret lair. But again, people were just going to this thing willingly. Like, they weren't being forced against their will. They're like, oh, maybe I can learn how to be better at business. And then they're saying a 12-step program about controlling the world. Maybe that's how it works. Maybe that's how people become evil. I don't know. Raniere was heavily influenced by Ayn Rand, which is why he incorporated a lot of stuff about self-interest. His mentality was summarized best by this direct quote from the mission statement his followers would recite. The world is full of people who try to destroy each other, steal from each other, down each other, or rejoice at another's demise. For Raniere, it was essential for the survival of humankind that the world's wealth and resources be controlled by the successful, ethical people, which of course refers to NXIVM trainees. We're good people. I'm a good person, so I should have everything. And you should have things you give to me. I like that idea. One of the pillars of NXIVM was facing your fears, but the leaders of NXIVM harnessed these personal fears and used them as penance for their followers' sins, so to speak. To get a sense of what an actual session within NXIVM looked like, here's an excerpt of a session between Nancy Salzman and Jacqueline, a 27-year-old psychology student, as described in the New York Times. According to Jacqueline came to Salzman with a phobia. She had a fear of flying. Quote, one time she had to get off an airplane that had boarded because she became nervous, and when she wanted to get back on, the flight attendants wouldn't let her. Salzman would ask Jacqueline to think back to her childhood, as most NXIVM sessions do. Salzman asked Jacqueline a series of intimate questions related to her fear of flying, as well as questions about her parents' relationship. Based on Jacqueline's answers, Salzman, quote, ascertained that Jacqueline believed her mother was manipulated by her father, who forced the family to move often by air. Salzman suggested that Jacqueline's fear of flying, as well as her belief that her father forced her mother into a terrible life, and her inability to be an independent woman were connected. Salzman came to the conclusion that Jacqueline, like her mother, was in control and had chosen to be a victim. At the end of the session, Jacqueline had upgraded her belief system and insisted her fear of flying was gone. Her homework for the next 30 days was to do one thing that terrified her each day: And on a day when she indulged in a man's attention, Jacqueline had to do 2 terrifying things that day. Already you can see how this program uses trauma, guilt, and fear to control the behavior and thinking of its followers. But none of this would have been possible without the central tenet of every cult in human history: the man in charge. Members viewed Raniere as a great philosopher, an ethical man, and a scientist who was at the forefront of what humans were capable of. His classroom-based courses lasted as long as 12 hours a day. And outside of these courses, Raniere emphasized control of habits of mind and body like food and exercise. Members of NXIVM believed that Raniere could heal them, not only of emotional traumas, but also set them free from fears, attachments, and destructive thinking patterns. Some even believed he could heal them sexually too, as Raniere's ideas resonated with women, especially wealthy ones. Also, Randall, on the team who reviews these scripts, wrote underneath that line, "Haha, I thought it was going to say especially the horny ones." And then I look at the file and he uploaded it at 3 a.m. So we see where he was at reading this. The thing about him preying on wealthy women makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if you take a look at today's upper class, there's an obsession with self-improvement, a demographic happily served by every corner of the health and beauty industry. People want to be skinnier, younger looking, smarter, and more empowered. They want to break barriers and transform their negative self-talk into positive. And all of these were the tools Raniere used to control women. Wellness was amongst the most unsettling. He would frequently leverage members' insecurities about their weight. Within NXIVM itself, the ideal member was termed potent. As written in the New York Times, quote, "Not only rich, but emotionally disciplined, self-controlled, attractive, and slender." According to one ex-member, quote, "This is the white-collar spiritual path." It seems Raniere's goal was to target people who had issues with their self-image and a lot of concern regarding their self-image and prey upon it. It's no wonder that NXIVM benefited from its rich, high-profile clients. In fact, the group was largely funded by Claire Bronfman, an heiress to the Seagram's liquor fortune, who spent more than $100 million of her inheritance to support NXIVM. As for Allison Mack, according to the New York Times, her glowing testimonials helped bring Hollywood celebrities into the organization. Even the Dalai Lama once spoke at an NXIVM event, thanks in part to Mack's presence. How do you even book that guy? You can just get him to show up for stuff? You can be one like pseudo-religious group and get another religious leader to show up? That's the Dalai Lama. It's not like your local pastor. That's like the Pope, I think. I'm really dumb to Dalai Lama. I assume that's the equivalent. New members of NXIVM learned how to break down one's own identity, or replace it with another altogether. In NXIVM speak, it was replacing data with data. When members erased their fears, they could begin doing what they actually wanted to do with their lives, or more accurately, what Raniere and high-ranking followers wanted them to do with their lives. Like a banker who pivoted towards acting, or a school administrator who changed course and started a farm. If you were doing this thing with your life, well, that's the problem. You should do this other thing instead, placing yourself to these people in a position of control and dependence. Some of the core teachings within the various programs included deciding on one's ethics and making them a guiding life force. Members did not make decisions that were not aligned with those ethics. Over time, this guiding principle created strength and character through discipline. Other core teachings include create love. Do not reject your family, unless of course your family rejects NXIVM, in which some cases, other steps may be required. Do not be a slave to attachments and fear. Raniere's methods of persuasion went hand in hand with his ability to disorient, presenting both sides of an argument to make his point. He encouraged positive and negative endeavors simultaneously in his teachings. For example, in NXIVM's Society of Protectors, the group's men's club, Raniere introduced a concept called collateral, or collateralizing your world, which meant adding extra leverage to your conscience. For example, let's say someone committed to running every day for exercise before meeting the group for coffee. If that person didn't uphold his word about running that day, perhaps the whole group would forego the next morning's coffee. And while this social punishment concept was certainly strange for men, like if they don't do the thing they said they were going to do, then you don't do something you said you were going to do. For women, this collateral became downright sinister. In 2015, some of NXIVM's female members began approaching other women to ask if they had felt stuck in their personal growth, often starting the conversation with, quote, "I want to talk to you about something that will change your life." At this point, a top-secret, female-only subgroup had been formed within NXIVM, with claims of helping select women expedite their own journeys. And unlike the other courses, this would cost nothing. This is in spite of the fact that one of Ranieri's core tenets was that, quote, true value exchange was always upheld. In other words, his courses were always paid for, and members could perform administrative tasks or nanny for richer members in order to pay off fees. So it was in Ranieri's teachings to always charge for the courses. But to even approach the pitch of what NXIVM was, potential members had to give up something truly valuable. Keep in mind, most of these women were from the upper class, so something like jewelry could always get replaced. No, this collateral was instead something valuable from your personhood, something that could punish or damage you, something that was the purest way to show trust, that if given into the wrong hands could permanently ruin your life. The most common types of collateral were a nude picture or a video where you confessed a crime, sometimes even the deed to your house. But what NXIVM leadership called collateral, you and I would probably call by its more proper term, blackmail. This secret group was given a name to match the extreme levels of dedication it required from those who belonged to it. It was called the vow. Other women referred to this group as Dominus Obsequious Sororium, which is broken Latin for Lord over the obedient female companions, or just DOS for short. According to Ranieri, this group was a sorority. DOS was created in 2015, and its dedicated members say that they started the group themselves when some members pledged ultimate commitment in helping another member who was going through a very rough time. The group then morphed into a, quote, military-style boot camp that was trying to address the place of women in the world to make them realize that they were not victims. And near the top of DOS, one of its high-ranking members was Allison Mack. She had come to NXIVM, unhappy with where her acting career was at, and even asked Ranieri to make her a great actress again. Allison Mack said of DOS and its twisted recruitment process, quote, the woman who invited and recruited you to DOS was your master, the representation of your conscience, your higher...
You know, it's weird. I knew somebody named Ranieri once, but I don't think it's this guy.
self, your most ideal. Which, again, I understand how cults work. It's like a slow burn, frog boil and stuff like that. But at what point do you show up to get better at acting, and now you're referring to someone as your master and giving them naked pictures of yourself and the deed to your house? At what point are you like, I don't think these are acting classes at all? What these masters symbolized for DOS recruits was someone they aspired to be, which aligned with the whole self-improvement angle NXIVM was founded on, and the reason why people were attracted to the cult in the first place. One of them, Michelle, remembers when she was recruited by someone she admired from afar. Quote, I knew if she was involved, there was probably other badass women involved, and I want to be a badass woman. I'm struggling to do that. As for the women who were initiated by these masters, well, they referred to themselves as slaves. Because of course they did. I mean, why not at this point? And also, like with every other cult in the world, this is going to become a weird sex thing because it always does. In DOS, masters helped slaves count calories to deter emotional eating. Oftentimes, these masters would administer acts of self-denial, like taking freezing cold showers or waking up at 4 in the morning just to stand still. There was also the practice of abstaining from orgasms, believed to be instrumental in healing negative sexual patterns. These slaves were ordered to care for masters, at first by performing menial tasks like bringing them coffee or running errands. According to Mack, the relationship was about devotion and like any spiritual practice or religion. No, it is not. That is not like any spiritual practice or religion at all. I've been around a lot of religious people. Ain't none of them done that. Mack was a powerful recruiter who was able to attract many women. And she also gained a reputation for trying to recruit celebrities like singer Kelly Clarkson and New York Times critic Amanda Hess. One notable yet failed attempt was when she tweeted at British actress Emma Watson. Here's her tweet from January 2016. At Emma Watson, I'm a fellow actress like yourself and involved in an amazing women's movement.
She did that live.
I'd love to chat if you're open. It's so funny to have this like master slave cult and you tweet at Emma Watson and say, I think you did. Like such casual language. Her pitch to these women was based on Mack working with, quote, an organization that focuses on empowering women from the inside out. Mack said at the time of her recruitment, she believed that DOS was, quote, about women coming together to become our most powerful and embodied selves by pushing on our greatest fears, exposing our greatest vulnerabilities, and by knowing that we would stand with each other no matter what. by holding our word, by overcoming pain. Overcoming pain. That last part's important here, because what Doss actually did in the name of a ritual of sisterhood was to undermine the concept of self-empowerment and self-ownership, especially of their own bodies. It's also one of NXIVM's core principles, quote, pain creates conscience. Do not be afraid of pain. Doss members were invited to homes around Clifton Park near Albany. They were under the guise of receiving a small tattoo as an initiation. Once they arrived, they were told to strip naked and lie on a massage table one by one, while a female osteopath, who was also a NXIVM member, quote, used a cauterizing pin to brand their flesh near the pelvic bone. The osteopath then carved a symbol that some women thought represented a variety of marks, the 4 elements, or the 7 chakras, or a horizontal bar with the Greek letters alpha and mu. However, if you squinted and looked again, the symbol contained a K and an R, Ranieri's initials. Unfortunately, not all women were told that these initials were present in the symbol. As part of the ritual, Doss members kneeled and were asked to say, quote, Master, please brand me. It would be an honor I want to wear the rest of my life. Although Ranieri was not physically present in the room while the branding happened, it's important to note that he was the orchestrator of the ritual, responsible for even how the women were positioned.
He branded the
According to him,
women
like a sacrifice, with the women's legs and hands held down. See, I told you, it always comes back to weird sex stuff with these people. Despite denying knowing anything about the branding, an email from the Times showed that, quote, Ranieri wrote a female follower that the design of the symbol used to brand women incorporated his initials as a tribute to him. Like most rites of passage, the experience was intensely frightening. I mean, you're getting branded. Some women wore surgical masks to keep them from breathing in the smell of burning flesh. They leaned on each other as a coping mechanism, telling each other that the brand will look like an ancient hieroglyph, and cried out together, quote, badass warrior bitches, let's get strong together. It's not. Okay. What are we doing? I mean, you're getting branded by people you just met, and you're like, this is fine. This is cool even. But lest we forget, Ranieri's background was in MLMs, and his experience with these schemes was evident in NXIVM as a whole, and Doss especially. Each master was recruited to recruit slaves. For slaves to eventually become masters, they would have to recruit 6 other slaves of their own to form a pod. Each of those slaves was then encouraged to recruit their own 6, which emphasized the MLM-like structure within Doss. At its peak, 150 individuals had joined Doss, which, according to Mac, was like a little family. 2018, when Mac was asked in a New York Times Magazine interview about the cauterized brand, she took full responsibility for the idea. She wanted something more meaningful than a tattoo. But during her time in Doss, Mac was firmly placed in Ranieri's inner circle as his personal slave, according to the FBI. Her collateral to Ranieri, her master, was horrifying. Quote, a contract declaring that if she broke her commitment, her home would be transferred into his name and future children born by her would be his. So if I ever leave this group, you can have my home and any children I create. That's, value for value, I guess. Additional collateral included a letter to social services that claimed she abused her nephews. The specificity of this letter could lead one to believe that Ranieri had it written or coerced Mac into writing it, and should her loyalty waver, it would be dispatched to social services. And of course, her collection of nude photos that she sent to Ranieri. Upon receiving these photos, Ranieri sent Mac a text, all mine, ? With a smiling devil emoji. He doesn't even talk like a cult leader. He talks like a 15-year-old boy. All mine, he. So not only do you have naked pictures of me, and you can have my kids, and you can have my house, but if I ever leave, here's a letter telling the police that I abused my nephews. There's no acting advice he could have gave that would have justified that. Ranieri's views on gender and sex, particularly women, boiled down to this. Women and men are wired differently, and therefore must be treated vastly differently from one another in terms of controlling them. According to Ranieri, quote, men are naturally promiscuous, and women are naturally monogamous. Men are repressed, but they have an understanding of right and wrong. Women can be disloyal and get away with whatever they want. You can see where this is building up to. Well, men should naturally be able to sleep with whoever they want, and women should only sleep with one man. And women are actually bad, but men are good, they're repressed, and they keep it in. This is going to lead with him, with all of them. Yeah. I always wonder with stories like this, if there's one person who like gets out here, like if someone got the brand, they were a part of it, they were down for everything. But then once the harem starts getting created, they're like, maybe I go. Maybe this is when I
Hi,
leave.
kitty.
This belief was very much reflected in Rhaenyra's personal behavior. Despite the larger Nexium community being told that he was celibate, the inner circle knew he actually had multiple relationships, up to a dozen women within Nexium who were told they could only have sex with him. He demanded that some of them starve themselves to attain his preferred physique, and according to testimony, he, quote, sometimes grunted like a pig when women wanted to eat. Once again, not only is he a coercive serial rapist, but he's being annoying while he's doing it. Now, obviously, when you hear these stories, you wonder how anyone could possibly stay in this group, in this relationship, in this cult. But time and time again, we've seen how the power of belief, the magnetic personality of a charismatic leader, and a slow, steady descent from normal and sane into the shocking and depraved creates a recipe for success for brainwashing people into staying. And also the fact that everyone involved has some really damning blackmail over their heads. So even if they start to get cold feet and think they should leave, they can't. This guy owns their homes or naked photographs of them, which is especially damning to someone in the entertainment industry, or in Mac's case, a letter from her saying she abuses her nephews. Were members in this culpable for actions they did? Sure. But the true evil lies with the figure orchestrating this whole thing. Now, at this point in the public eye, Nexium had the
Sissy, I
hallmarks
love
of a
you.
legit, successful self-help company thanks to the ESP workshops. Guys like Richard Branson, whose Private Island resort hosted the ESP workshops. Private Island for billionaires with sex cults. Doesn't ring a bell. And the Dalai Lama, who spoke at a Nexium event, gave credibility to Rhaenyra and Nexium. Even to the point where Lululemon, the athleisure company, wanted to potentially use Nexium's curriculum. But Rhaenyra backed out of what would have been a lucrative deal because he recognized Lululemon would sniff out what he was trying to hide. Couldn't have anyone getting too close. And of course, even on the surface business, Keith Rhaenyra was a fraud. Nobody had ever seen him write an ESP module. He claimed to be a classically trained pianist, but no one had ever seen him play the piano. He claimed to be a judo champion, but had any of his followers witnessed his supposed talents in person? I mean, as mentioned earlier, I highly doubt he taught himself math when he was a preteen. In regard to ESP, he was reluctant to upgrade the company's website or rebrand its image. For Rhaenyra, the company's success was all word of mouth. They didn't need a website. So it made sense that when Nexium members learned about the branding, many of them did leave, but much of the inner circle stayed. Because while the outside members may have heard about the branding and got freaked out, people on the inside who had the brand had so much blackmail with Rhaenyra that they can't leave. Sarah Edmondson, former member who was the head of Nexium's Vancouver office, played a key part in exposing Rhaenyra and Nexium's dark secret society. Again, Nexium had a huge front-facing public image with a lot of people involved who didn't know about the disturbing underbelly. And Sarah Edmondson was one of the people involved in that underbelly who ended up being a whistleblower. In May of 2017, she had begun to distance herself from DOS. When Anthony Ames, her husband and fellow Nexium member, learned about her branding, he was furious, and the couple wanted out. Ames drove to Nexium's Albany office, demanding to recoup the money he believed he was owed for initiation cost and other Nexium expenses. As he confronted another member about his wife's brand, Ames kept his cell phone in his pocket and turned on its recorder. But this member he was speaking to wasn't just any other member, it was Lauren Salzman, daughter of Nexium co-founder Nancy Salzman. On the phone recording, Ames angrily revealed that he knew about the collateral that had been collected on the female members of DOS. As Salzman tried to calm him down, it's clear that there was nothing she could have said at that moment to satiate his anger, and this would be the first domino to fall. By 2017, multiple former members had asked New York state authorities to investigate Nexium and its subgroup, DOS. Specifically, Sarah Edmondson filed a complaint with the New York State Department of Health against Danielle Roberts, a licensed osteopath and follower of Rhaenyra, who you'll remember is the woman who performed the brandings. But the Department of Health refused to pursue the complaint because their actions had been consensual. You can't arrest someone for branding someone else if the other person knew they were being branded and consented to it. So Edmondson had only one option left. Along with several other whistleblowers, she went to the press to tell her story. And thus began the moniker Nexium received from the media as a sex slave cult, and not a self-improvement company. And, you know, the fact that Raniere turned out to have a cast of women who he forced to have sex with him didn't help his case. The first story on NXIVM's dark underbelly in a major publication was an article in the New York Times reporting on the branding of its members. In this article, Edmondson detailed her experience of being branded, how she was recruited to DOS by Nancy Salzman, how the women were required to text their masters every day, and had to respond to their master's text within 60 seconds or face punishment, such as paying penalties, fasting, or physical punishment. The article chronicled how members started questioning Raniere and his methods and the eventual exodus of his followers. A recurring theme throughout the article was that members asked authorities to intervene, but officials declined to pursue action, which once again, sadly kind of standard in these stories. As the article's main subjects, Edmondson and the other former members provided a majority of the testimony in the story. As NXIVM started to unravel, panic spread within DOS. Slaves were ordered to delete encrypted messages between them and erase documents. As for Raniere, he did the smartest thing he could have done and fled the United States, moving into a villa near Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Raniere summoned his first-line masters, the initial 8 members of DOS, to Mexico at, quote, a gated community near Puerto Vallarta for a, quote, recommitment ceremony that former DOS member Lauren Salzman believed to include group sex. I mean, it's not funny because this guy's evil and bad things happen to people. I understand that. But it is funny to imagine he's so stupid because he has no gambit. Like, he lies about everything he does. He doesn't actually have any skills. So when the FBI starts investigating him and people are going to go to jail and it's a big deal, he goes to Mexico and he's like, all right, everyone, I have an idea, and it's just an orgy. Again, that's all he can come up with. Some of the women who accompanied Raniere to Mexico include Allison Mack and Nikki Klein, as well as Salzman herself. Raniere would lie low here for the next 5 months, stopping usage of his phone and switching email accounts until his eventual capture, which was prompted by an Instagram post shared by Klein that had mistakenly revealed their location, which is so perfect. He got by an Instagram post. How is he this stupid? I mean, look at this picture. It's not even a good post. And it's also so clearly incriminating the location. They're all stupid. In March of 2018, Mexican police descended on Raniere's villa with a warrant for his arrest and an extradition order. He was charged in the United States with racketeering, racketeering conspiracy, wire fraud conspiracy, forced labor conspiracy, sex trafficking conspiracy, and attempted sex trafficking. Again, not like sex trafficking isn't funny to clarify, but it is funny to get charged with sex trafficking and attempted sex trafficking, because then it just sounds like sometimes you were bad at it. Lauren Salzman was in the bedroom with Raniere at the time of the police raid, and when they barged in, he ran to hide in the closet. From the closet, Raniere ordered Salzman to negotiate with the authorities through a closed door, telling her that they could not enter if she didn't allow them to. This is not true or how warrants work, and proved to be false when they kicked down the door, located Raniere, and dragged him away. It's also funny to think on top of everything else he was a sovereign citizen. Wouldn't surprise me. When Salzman was on the witness stand more than a year later during his trial, she recalled her confusion at Raniere's behavior. His hiding in the closet completely contradicted what he had taught in NXIVM about the roles of men and women. In many of NXIVM's courses, quote, men were presented as resolute protectors while women were described as self-absorbed and narcissistic. Which, okay, for one, you're telling me that the leader of this sex cult organization, who told everyone he was celibate while owning several sex slaves who referred to themselves as slaves and others as masters, who he forced to remain loyal to him. You're telling me this guy didn't practice what he preached? Wow, this is news to me. And also, I thought the whole reel that brought these people in initially, at least a lot of the women, was like about female empowerment and independence. So they go from that to being like, yeah, well, I was told that I'm bad for being a woman and men are protectors. What? How did he negotiate from one to the other? How long did that take? Those are like the opposite beliefs. You're fine with that now? In July of 2018, the case against Raniere expanded. A superseding indictment charged Raniere, Claire Bronfman, Allison Mack, NXIVM's former bookkeeper Kathy Russell,
Wow.
Lauren Salzman, and Nancy Salzman with racketeering conspiracy that included a bevy of crimes, such as identity theft, extortion, forced labor, sex trafficking, money laundering, wire fraud, and obstruction of justice. And nearly a year later, a string of guilty pleas from Ranieri's inner circle all but sealed his fate. Because they might have been loyal to him for a while, but now that everyone's on trial, that guy did it. The woman who previously wanted to be referred to as Prefect was charged with identity theft, along with the illegal tampering of records as a means of influencing the lawsuit against NXIVM. Prosecutors had found evidence, which Nancy admitted to, that she had altered voice recordings and removed damning portions in order to avoid turning them over to the prosecution in that lawsuit. Later that month, her daughter, Lauren Salzman, pleaded guilty to racketeering and racketeering conspiracy. Nancy was sentenced to 42 months in prison, while Lauren was sentenced to 5 years of probation and 300 hours of community service, as it was Lauren's testimony that helped convict Ranieri, and therefore she got a lighter sentence. On April 8th of 2019, Allison Mack pleaded guilty to the same charges as Lauren Salzman, again the daughter who got the lighter sentence. This was after prosecutors dropped all of Mack's charges related to sex trafficking and forced labor. In court, according to the New York Times, quote, Mack sobbed as she admitted that she had lured women into DOS by saying they would be part of a female mentorship program. Officials said that Mack had instead recruited them into the society as slaves, where some women were required to have sex with Ranieri. But again, because of the confession and naming Ranieri, she was only sentenced to 3 years. On April 19th of 2019, Claire Bronfman pleaded guilty to 2 charges related to identity theft and immigration fraud. Kathy Russell also pleaded guilty to visa fraud on the same day, and Bronfman was sentenced to 81 months in prison. So that just leaves us with Ranieri himself. The 6-week trial began on May 7th, 2019. Prosecutors presented a strong case, as you could imagine, against the NXIVM leader, as former members testified that, as the program's courses progressed, Ranieri, quote, used psychological manipulation to indoctrinate his followers into obedience. Critics of NXIVM faced retaliation and lawsuits, creating an internal culture with no tolerance or dissent. However, the majority of the trial focused on DOS, a program which prosecutors said Ranieri founded to provide himself a, quote, flow of submissive women, which, yeah, that's pretty accurate. After some intensely explicit and gruesome testimonies were given against Ranieri, he was finally convicted on June 19th, 2019. Jurors deliberated less than half a day before they found Ranieri guilty of all 7 counts: conspiracy, racketeering, sex trafficking, identity theft, forced labor, sexual exploitation of a child, and possession of child pornography. The last charge being, since some of the collateral images he was given by new members were of women who were not 18. You see how terrible they are, and somehow they find ways to be worse. Ranieri was sentenced to life in prison, thankfully. More than a dozen victims, providing hours of statements, contributed to his fall. Ranieri responded by accusing the trial's judge of corruption, demanding a new trial, and the judge would deny this request. Ranieri's reign of terror had finally come to an end, but the media's reign of terror was just beginning. In the HBO documentary series, The Vow, there's a scene where a new recruit meets Ranieri for the first time. The lead up to the meeting is intimidating. Ranieri's followers had described their leader to this new recruit as godlike, with a world record IQ. He was, according to them, a judo master and a piano virtuoso. There was nothing he couldn't do. But when Ranieri finally reveals himself at a small gathering, the result is almost laughably underwhelming. Instead of a god, what stands before the recruit is a small man with, for lack of a better word, a really dweebish vibe. It's an intentionally comical moment, played for laughs, as the voiceover asks, "This is the dude?" But this is probably the best possible visual testament to the contradictory nature of the cult of personality. The way these men are described by their followers, hailed, defended, exalted, is rooted in the way these followers are made to feel about them, not a reflection of who they really are. Anyone outside the circle of influence can see that clear as day. But those inside the circle don't see a man, they see an idea. Ranieri's almost flaccid appearance, contrasted with the weight of his influence and the severity of his crimes, is a phenomenon highlighted by the HBO documentary and the internet's memification of him. But in addition to his ability to influence, he had another weapon at his disposal: a female-focused trend by which he could cleverly disguise his true motives. As Vanity Fair wrote, quote, just as Manson capitalized on the imperfections of the free love movement, Ranieri enticed women into believing he could take the 2010s empowerment smorgasbord, wellness, activism, feminism, to its highest, purest level. With NXIVM, Raniere fused a self-help company during a time when TED Talks were all the rage, with tech and Silicon Valley fads like biohacking. He used this mentality to coerce members to adopt extreme diets and deny their body's own desires. The vow featured Sarah Edmondson and Mark Bison as its primary subjects, both former members who worked their way up NXIVM's internal hierarchy, called its Stripe Path, and who helped recruit high-profile members and expand the organization across North America. They were also the key players in NXIVM's downfall, speaking out in the New York Times piece in 2017. Edmondson hopes that the documentary helps keep people from making the same mistakes she did. Quote from the LA Times, "When people look at things like this, their instinct is to say, that would never happen to me. Only stupid people fall for stuff like this." The documentary helped dispel the myth of how people get involved. After all, nobody joins a cult on purpose, just like nobody gets into an abusive relationship on purpose, which is how these things always work. Once you're in the pot, it's hard to tell that it's heating up. An important part of the healing process for Edmondson was getting her brand of Raniere's initials removed from her body. What's left on her is a 4-inch white line, a reminder of her strength and what she's gone through. A symbol that she says means she's a survivor. For Vicente, his experience with NXIVM, quote, broke his belief in goodness. When he left the group, his attitude towards personal growth was reactionary. He despised anything that had to do with human potential, unable to disassociate it from a scam led by psychopaths. Understandable, given all that he had been through in the name of self-improvement. As shown in the documentary, NXIVM was a cult built for the internet era. Members constantly filmed their activities and recorded conversations with each other and Raniere, which is why it's even more poetic, he got by an Instagram post. Following the group's downfall, NXIVM has been re-examined through the same digital means. Jokes about NXIVM's a cappella group, which, yes, was a real thing, they called it Simply Human, because of course they did, spread online. And other tidbits about the group primed it for internet mockery. The fact that NXIVM, headquartered in suburban Albany, was once described by Raniere as, quote, the Rome of the modern world, and NXIVM's midnight volleyball practices with Raniere dressed in a certifiably insane outfit. This is the outfit, by the way. This is the guy that had a harem of women. All contributed to people making fun of it a lot, as they should. While we don't know if Raniere is petitioning for a volleyball court in prison, we do know that terror is being served to him. On July of 25th, 2022, Raniere was assaulted by a fellow inmate, Maurice Withers, with a closed fist on Raniere's head and face. The former cult leader suffered, quote, a black eye, swelling, nausea, and dizziness for more than a week. His requests for ice packs to treat the swelling and pain were allegedly denied. Which, that's great. that's news I've heard all day. That's awesome. But isn't that like a human rights violation to have an inmate not help him? You know what else is a human rights violation? Rape. And he did that a lot more than not being an ice pack brought to him once. That's the wrong English altogether. But how did Raniere's lack of magnetism enable him to make women fall for his spell? How did he amass so much power amidst his awkwardness and cringe-worthy conversations? These questions open up a much larger conversation on cults in general, because if history is doomed to repeat itself, it's only a matter of time before we see another Raniere. And this one might be in your hometown. According to cult expert Steve Eichel, characteristics of a cult involve any kind of pressure to make a quick decision to become involved in an organization. This was the case for NXIVM, as its course application process pressured recruits to take advantage of a, quote, unique opportunity that might not come back around. One of the main reasons authorities have tremendous difficulty in prosecuting cult leaders is that members often say they're acting out of their own free will. And in many countries outside the US, it's difficult to bring cases of psychological manipulation to court simply due to an absence of laws on the subject. For example, some countries don't even have an agreed upon legal definition of a cult. In a May 2023 TED Talk called How to Spot a Cult, ex-NXIVM whistleblower Sarah Edmondson spoke about the red flags intended to help listeners distinguish a cult from a safe community. One of the main tactics she highlighted was love bombing, in which a special person or group of people use an excess of compliments to lull you into a false sense of security. Only after you've been manipulated do they reveal their true agenda. And of course, after they behave purely, they love bomb again, and the cycle continues. Former members speaking out against Raniere and NXIVM, like Edmondson, as well as those depicted in The Vow, have been crucial in educating the public about the way these manipulative tactics are used in cults. Like I mentioned earlier, Allison Mack's podcast debuted on November 10th of this year, and it's a surprising move as she has largely stayed out of the public eye since her release after serving 2 years of her 3-year sentence. The podcast offers a critical look at how a group like NXIVM was allowed to flourish, but we already know the answer. It marketed itself as a self-improvement group to a vulnerable group of men and women who were desperate to make themselves better. NXIVM taught members that if they shared the most fragile parts of themselves with an audience, everyone could make sure they wouldn't fall back on their negative ways of thinking and acting. According to Business Insider, Raniere weaponized the allure of personal growth and masked the brutality of his methods under the rigors of self-improvement to hide his abuse. And he employed the presence of celebrities like Mac to legitimize the organization and
leave this
attract
game
other
now.
members. For writer
Well,
Sarah Berman,
I'll play
if
it, I guess.
Raniere does leave a world-changing legacy, then it, quote, might be the way feds prosecute future sex trafficking cases. The use of racketeering legislation in such cases was rare when the Eastern District of New York first indicted Raniere in 2018, but it's since been used in high-profile cases against offenders like Jeffrey Epstein and R. Kelly. So hey, if Raniere didn't do it, maybe those cases wouldn't have gone as great as they have. They've gone great, right? I haven't checked the news, right, guys? Right? In conclusion, NXIVM's downfall and public portrayal helped reshape how we discuss cults, self-help industry, and psychological abuse in a time when society seems to be increasingly aware of psychological terminology. By building a belief system around the false promise of personal achievement, an oddly charismatic narcissist was, ironically, able to convince dozens of high-achieving individuals to work against their own best self-interests, surrounding them with people they trust and coaxing many of them to hand over compromising information on themselves. He was able to keep them there. So the next time you find yourself questioning if you're about to join a cult, whether it's an especially enthusiastic group fitness class or a book club that your one friend who's way too into astrology just invited you to, look around. See if they welcome questions. See if you're able to leave without resistance or drama. And like most things in life, see if it involves a healthy balance of commitment. If not, then you, my friends, may have just found yourself ankle deep in the next example of a modern cult. Or, hypothetically, it could also be some dorks who like exchanging books. I don't know. But to be safe, you should probably assume they're a cult. And that should do it for the rise and fall of the NXIVM cult. And above all else, I just want to say thank you for watching. Again, this is an interesting case that seems to be talked about more and more, and for good reason. So hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you to everyone for watching, and be sure to thank all the team members in the description who made this video possible. Again, get the redacted collection while you can at the link in the description at wendigoon.shop. New content on the way. That should do it for now. But before I go, we just want to say thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye. Also, I know the reference I used at the beginning of the video, the whole frog and boiling water metaphor. I know that's not actually how it works. That came from an experiment where they like lobotomized frogs, and then lo and behold, they don't jump out of boiling water. Who could have guessed? And also, I probably missed a couple, so just to be safe. Bye.
Dimebag Daryl didn't just play guitar, he lived it.
What?
Every note, pure passion. Critics called it noise. Fans called it genius. Dime called it a typical Tuesday. Other bands used pyro. Dimebag's sound was the fire hazard.
Oh, too loud.
Dimebag Darrell built his own out of amps and pure attitude.
Like, subscribe. Thank you.
Darrell Lance Abbott, who would become Dimebag Darrell, had music in his blood. He was born in 1966, and his dad, Jerry Abbott, actually was successful at producing country music, producing and writing for artists like Freddie King and Bugs Henderson. Darrell's brother Vinny was 2 years older than him, and their dad tried
Okay,
to
I'm gonna
convince
go
them
pee.
to
I'll
get
be right
more
back.
into the country music
I'm
side
sorry,
of
kid, I
things.
gotta get up.
Jerry would have country musicians jamming in the studio, and he would invite Dime and Vinny to come in and sit in with them whenever they could. But Dime really didn't want to go the country route. He was much more into the heavier stuff. Priest, Black Sabbath, Kiss, and Van Halen, to name a few. He started really digging into the guitar playing, Vase Frehley from Kiss, Tony Iommi, Randy Rhoads, and of course Eddie Van Halen. When Darrell was 12, his dad got him a cherry sunburst Hondo Les Paul copy. And to round out his early rig, he also had a small pig nose amp. He got this rig around 1978 and originally almost didn't get it because Jerry had given his son a choice. He said you could either get a BMX bike or a guitar. And Darrell had actually picked the bike, but not long after that, he heard Black Sabbath for the first time, and that completely changed his mind. So he goes back to his dad and says, hey, can I trade the bike for a guitar? And his dad went with it. With that Hondo Les Paul in his hands, Darrell became obsessive. He'd practice anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day playing, completely holed up in his room. He'd put on those Kiss or Black Sabbath or Priest records and do everything he could to try to match it note for note. In 1981, at 15 years old, Darrell and his brother got together and put together Pantera. Vinny was already dead set on playing drums, and Darrell was already set up with the guitar. So they brought in Donnie Hart on lead vocals and Terry Glaze on rhythm guitar, and they also had Tommy Bradford on bass. But they definitely underwent a few lineup changes. Donnie Hart ended up leaving, so the lead vocal duties were taken over by Terry. And Terry was originally playing rhythm guitar as well, but he finally stopped altogether playing and just sang, letting Darrell take over both the lead and rhythm duties. Then in 82, Tommy Bradford left, so they brought in Rex Brown, who was known at the time as Rex Rocker on the bass. And Pantera started playing local places around the Texas area, including The Basement, Cardi's, Savvy's in Houston, and Joe's Garage in Dallas. Between 83 and 85, they ended up recording 3 records at Pentago Sound Studio, which is owned by their dad, Jerry Abbott. Listening to the early recordings, it's hard to believe how the band would evolve into the band that we've come to know. For example, their first album, Metal Magic, sounds uncannily like early Kiss in parts. In other parts, it sounds a lot like Priest. And during this period, Darrell was going as Diamond Darrell. It would be some time before he would change to Dimebag.
Hey, I'm Diamond Darrell, lead guitar.
For the next release, Projects in the Jungle, the group started taking on an early Def Leppard sound. Interestingly, unlike their first album, which was recorded when Dime was just 16 years old, where he had more of an Ace Frehley kind of influence going on, with Projects in the Jungle, you could hear a lot of Randy Rhoads influence in his playing. By their third album, I Am the Night, you could hear a lot of Priest influence in full force. This one kind of marked a turning point towards getting them a little bit more towards the edgier side of metal, though they would have a ways to go before they became the Pantera we would know. But they got a little closer with Power Metal, the album that they completed in 1988. And by this point, they were sounding uncannily like Judas Priest. But it's also pretty obvious that Dime's playing really had shaped up by this time. It was very tight and polished, and the band was definitely ready for the new era that they were about to embark on. And this was also Phil Anselmo's debut with the band. He had one hell of a high metal range, but his singing would definitely become much more brutal very soon after this. But the record label that the band was signed to, Gold Mountain Records, they just weren't happy with them. The label wanted the band to have this really kind of slick, polished hair metal sound that really they just were not going for. Daryl's riffs were already there, and they were already evident on the Power Metal release. But now that they had Phil in the band who could pretty much sing any way, they really wanted to go in a much different direction. Now, originally the band tried to get a deal with Metal Blade Records. They asked for $75,000 to record the next upcoming album, but they were completely rejected. However, the people over at Atco Records really liked their sound and where they were going for, so they signed them right up. Pantera's first major label album, Cowboys from Hell, showed that they completely
Did
landed
really well
on the map in terms of not being an 80s hair metal band,
No,
but
Pantera
going
was
much
not.
more skull-crushing and
Yep.
thrashy.
Hardcore. Oh.
Dime was busting out all the tricks. Insane fretwork, groove-laden riffs that cut like a buzzsaw, and lots of nice whammy bar dive bombs. This wasn't straight-up neoclassical thrash. It had a bit of early Metallica feel to it in a lot of places, but a different kind of intensity to it. Their own level of intensity. It was like the perfect marriage between thrash and classic rock. The power ballad Cemetery Gates blew a lot of people's minds.
I love
because
Cemetery
it had so
Gates.
much feeling, and at the same time,
I wanna
it was
pause it
truly
and
like
listen
a
to the
thrash
Cemetery
metal
Gates.
power ballad, almost
Yeah.
like a new genre in and of itself. And Dimebag was also really a key songwriter on the album. He was either writing or co-writing every single thing with Vinnie Paul and Rex Brown. And Phil, by this time, was singing viciously. Interestingly, it took a while for the album to catch on. Probably because a lot of people just couldn't wrap their minds around what this band was doing. They did shoot some great videos for Psycho Holiday and Cowboys from Hell, so they did also manage to get some MTV airplay out of it. But really, for the time, the band was still from another planet as far as people were concerned. An interesting note is that on Cowboys from Hell, during that solo, Dime employed some really cool symmetrical runs that were reminiscent of some of what Eddie Van Halen would have done, where he'd take a symmetrical pattern and run it all the way up the strings instead of playing a traditional scale or mode. It added a real exotic feel to the solo and made a lot of people who heard it the first time go, who the hell is this guy playing the guitar?
Stop.
EQ pedal. And he would run the signal through this pedal first, shaping the frequencies, and then go into an MXR 6-band EQ for further tone sculpting before actually hitting the Randall's amp input. And it really served two purposes: to shape the tone, but by design, it also worked as a boost setup as well.
Yeah, they
so
were
he was
really
pretty
good at
much
what they did.
working in gain stages.
I
Dime
liked
really
Pantera
preferred
quite
solid
a lot,
state
actually.
over tube.
Although
He
they
felt
were
like
very
tube was
hard.
just kind of too mellow or too soft, like it was surrounding
It
your
was
body.
too hard for
and he
me.
really wasn't looking for that warm sound. He liked the
No,
fact
he
that it was
wasn't.
really tight and present, and the sound was just immediate coming out of it.
Respect.
And even though Dime didn't have a lot of riffs for the Cowboys from Hell album as he was putting it together, the one thing he said was that he just wanted it to sound like one bad motherfucker, completely refreshing and new. And their look changed too. Instead of looking all glam and poppy the way they were looking, they just went right back to the bell-bottom jeans and long hair and just kind of throwdown. And during this period, they also came up with their own signature drink called the Blacktooth Grin, which was Crown Royal whiskey, Seagram 7 whiskey, and Coke all mixed together. And it became their official cocktail as they became popular. The band toured really hard behind this first album, playing nearly 200 shows, and the tour basically spanned 2 years, so it was a lot of playing. Dimebag Darrell was considered pretty wild and quite the heavy drinker, But by this time, Pantera definitely had a reputation as being a great heavy band. People were looking forward to what their next offering would be. They took it up another notch with Vulgar Display of Power in 1992. Far more heavy and far more intense than Cowboys from Hell. They had brought in producer Terry Date, who has a track history of recording metal bands. Mouth for War, A New Level, and Walk showcased this new skull-crushing sound that the band had managed to pull out.
Stop.
Lick solo into the sweet diminished line, bringing it all back into the main riff. Dimebag Daryl by Phil, and the name stuck, so he went with it. The name came due to the fact that Daryl never wanted any more than $10 worth, or a dime bag, of weed at any one given time, fearing that he would get caught with it. What's interesting is that as sonically different as all these albums are throughout their lineage, to this point they had still actually recorded them all in the same studio, Pentigo Sound, that Jerry Abbott owned. But for the next album, Far Beyond Driven, their father had actually closed Pentigo Sound and opened up a new one in Nashville, Tennessee called Abtract. Jerry was really hoping to become a well-known, established country songwriter, and so he figured Nashville would be the perfect place to be. He kind of drove the band nuts because they had to fly out there, and studio time, of course, is very expensive. So by having it in Dime's father's studio, of course, they were saving a lot of money, but now there was some distance between home and where they had to record. Dime said in one interview that they were flying to Nashville for 3 weeks at a time, writing songs and cutting them, and so the band members would spend a lot of downtime, partying and doing drugs. But when it came time to mix the album, they took it back to Dallas Sound Labs, which was much closer to home. But the album totally took off. It was the heaviest album ever to debut at #1. Unlike most bands that would get lighter over time, this band just got heavier and heavier. And on this album, it was their heaviest they have gotten yet. Punishing tracks like Becoming, 25 Years, and Slaughtered had some of Dime's most intense rhythm and lead work ever recorded to date. The song I'm Broken was actually inspired by the chronic back pain that Phil was going through.
Stop.
really catchy main riff that was actually born from sound checks. When it hits that breakdown, chug chug, chug chug, chug chug, heads start banging. Mainstream audience to them. They also opened up for Megadeth in Europe for Megadeth's Countdown to Extinction tour. Dave Mustaine was fighting some demons on his own, sneaking in bottles of mouthwash to drink since the band couldn't have any alcohol on the bus. Dave Mustaine was struggling with alcoholism, and the band just didn't want it around. Pantera also toured with White Zombie and did some headlining shows in '92. The album was so popular, and they had a huge, relentless touring schedule going on, so the band was reaching brand new heights. But with Phil's escalating drug use, there were already mounting tensions within the band. A lot of the lyrics on Vulgar Display Power also referenced drug abuse and personal destruction. But less than 2 months later, tensions would totally come to a head when Phil Anselmo overdosed on heroin after a homecoming show in Texas. In '96, the band recorded The Great Southern Trendkill, and this was a much sludgier, darker sound. There was a lot of inner turmoil with the band, as well as all the substance abuse going on, and it really reflected itself in the sound of the album. And now the band weren't even recording together. Phil Anselmo had recorded his vocals separately, laying them down at Trent Reznor's Nothing Studios in New Orleans. But Dime's playing was absolutely as powerful as ever. But he definitely took a much more looser and experimental vibe to it. He incorporated a lot of drop tunings, new and fresh techniques, and did a lot of wild stuff with the whammy bar. Songs like Floods, Drag the Waters, 13 Steps to Nowhere were showcasing Dime's evolving style, which had a lot more droning and dissonant riffs and unconventional song structure. On this album, Dime also managed to lay down what many consider to be his best guitar solo ever on the 7-minute epic Floods. Floods is a haunting track, echoing some Chris Cornell Soundgarden era influence. Phil's vocals on it are tortured, using all sorts of kind of distorted effects mixed in with his main clean vocal, with some rotary speaker effects in parts to make it that much more chilling. And then right before the solo, everything just completely turns on its head. Dime starts laying into the whammy bar, but hitting these rhythms leading into the solo, and it is just dark and purely frightening. And then his solo, double-tracked, panned, harmonizing, literally just pulling out all of the stops. It starts off with some of the most musical pinch harmonics one would ever hear. Perfectly tuned and timed squeals that just add emotion before Dime ramps it up, and again double-tracked but now panned in the center. In your face, emotional, soloing assault all the way. It's no surprise that this would be considered as one of his most standout solos ever. The band remained a very powerful live draw on the Trendkill tour, and they ended up doing an official live album from a show taken from the Dynamo Open Air Festival in the Netherlands. But the group was slowly splintering apart. Phil started getting more into his side projects, like Superjoint, Ritual, and Down. Dime and Vinny were really quite unsure of Pantera's future at that point, and were kind of frustrated. In 2000, Pantera did their 9th and final studio album, Reinventing the Steel. For this, they brought in producer Sterling Winfield, and it was also produced by Vinnie Paul. And they took things back to their more thrashy roots, but they also kept some of the dark vibes of the Great Southern Trendkill. And the overall result was a pretty good melding of the two styles. Tracks like Goddamn Electric, Death Rattle, and Revolution Is My Name showcased Dime's combination of scorching leads and crushing rhythms. And he was continuing to experiment with his use of pinch harmonics and whammy bar. Dime also brought in the Digitech whammy pedal, and he put it to really good use on the intro to Hellbound. He also used his usual Dean ML guitars, and also a classic Cherry Sunburst.
I remember
theme
his
from
music
Hellbound.
all throughout my
And the
life.
lyrics were
Poor
definitely
Dime.
lighter than they were on the Great Southern Trendkill, more geared toward perseverance, rebellion, and the power of heavy metal. And Reinventing the Steel itself the title was more geared towards the band making a statement that they were just kind of returning to their roots at this point. During the writing process, however, Dime and Vinnie Paul found out that their mom had passed away from cancer, and so they were just completely devastated. And though Phil had cleaned up for a while, he had gotten right back into using drugs again, and so tensions were just reaching a boiling point. And like the previous album, Phil recorded his vocals separately from the rest of the band, and his behavior was a lot more erratic. He was showing up late, or sometimes just not at all to sessions. And when they toured behind the album, in April of 2000, the US leg included an ill-fated stint at Ozfest. The band just wasn't feeling it. They ended up placed on the second stage. And of course, Phil's condition wasn't getting any better at this point, but so the band was continuing to splinter apart. And then in October, Phil ended up breaking 2 ribs in a bizarre accident when he was working at the House of Shock Haunted House attraction in New Orleans. So some shows had to be postponed. And then, of course, the following year, when September 11th happened, Pantera's European tour had to be canceled. After the abrupt ending of Pantera's tour on September 11th, 2001, the band went into an official hiatus. But sadly, Pantera would officially break up in 2003. The brothers just couldn't resolve their disputes with Phil, who they saw as being distracted by his own side projects, and whose drug use by that time was just out of control. And both Dime and Vinnie were pretty devastated by the breakup. Dime felt as if everything had just been ripped out from underneath him. Plus, they really couldn't continue Pantera because otherwise they would have fallen into legal disputes over the name. So that's when Dimebag Darrell and Vinnie Paul decided that they were going to form a brand new band. In February 2003, Darrell and Vinnie started recording demos for their new project at Darrell's backyard studio. They brought in Pat Lachman, who had been in the Rob Halford solo lineup and also Diesel Machine, and Bob Zilla on the bass to round out the lineup. The original name of the band was going to be Newfound Power, which would ultimately become the name of their debut album, but they all settled on Damage Plan. In 2003, Damage Plan signed with Elektra Records, and for Dime, this was definitely a fresh start. Considering how bitterly Pantera had ended, the brothers found a new creative outlet in this group. Musically, they were able to stay pretty much in the same vein as Pantera, but they took it in much more of a stripped-down, thrashier direction. Vinnie Paul had said during those days that that was the most excited he had seen Dime since the early days of Pantera. They had a renewed energy and focus, and they were determined to let the music speak for itself instead of being defined by the past. In 2004, Damage Plan released their debut album, Newfound Power. Songs like Pride, Save Me, and Breathing New Life featured Dime's signature razor-sharp riffs, blistering solos, and thick, mid-scoop guitar tones. Metal critics liked it, and it hit the charts at number 38, selling 44,000 copies in its first week alone. But during this time, Dimebag was also busy with a bunch of side projects and guest appearances. He did an album with David Allan Coe called Rebel Meets Rebel, which is a country metal album. It was a perfect blend of Coe's twangy voice and tongue-in-cheek lyrics with Dime's heavy riffing. Dime also contributed to songs by Anthrax, King Diamond, Nickelback, Godsmack, and others. Frank Bello from Anthrax even joked that Dime had collaborated with them so much he might as well just be a sixth member of the band. One notable show they embarked on in support of their debut album, and this was before the US tour, was at the Download Festival in the UK in June. Damage Plan was actually scheduled to play in one of the smaller tent stages that night, but they ended up getting switched to an earlier main stage slot. However, during the ferry ride over from France, Dime ended up being completely smashed. I thought he might be able to sleep it off, but since the time slot moved earlier, he got stuck playing the whole thing completely hungover. During the last quarter of 2004, they launched into the US tour, calling the tour Devastation Across the Nation. The tour wound its way across the US, hitting clubs packed with metalheads eager to dig into what they've been up to. One notable show before their very last one was their second to the last show, which took place in Buffalo, New York. Nick Norton, who played guitar for a local Pantera tribute band, had his dream come true when Dime actually invited him up on the stage. Originally, he thought he was just going to sing some backups as the band launched into Walk, but then for the solo section, Dime handed him his guitar and let him to rip over it. After the show, the band went out and hit some casinos to gamble. On December 8th, 2004, tragedy struck. Nathan Gale, who was a 25-year-old former Marine with mental health issues, was supposedly really upset that Pantera had broken up the previous year, arrived outside of the All Rosa Villa nightclub in Columbus, Ohio, a place that Dimebag has played at multiple times before. There were 4 groups slated to play, and only about 250 people showed up, even though the place had capacity for 600. While live metal music was pounding inside, Nathan was out in the club parking lot. He was wearing a hockey jersey and a hooded sweatshirt. One of the fans walking in noticed him and asked him why he wasn't out there watching the show. Nathan said, "I'm not here to see any shitty local bands." Then the fan said, "At least you could go in and stay warm." Nathan said, "No, man, I'm just going to wait for Damage Plan." The club manager just thought he was another hanger-on that was trying to get in to meet the band, and eventually had one of his guys ask Nathan to leave. But once Damage Plan got on stage, Nathan scaled a 6-foot-high fence and ran in through the side door of the club. He was pounding his way very fast through the club, past sound booths and some pool tables, and he made his way over to the left side of the stage. Nathan had a shaved head, and by the way he looked, everybody thought that he was just there to do some stage diving. The singer for one of the bands who are opening said that Nathan looked like he was on a complete mission, very angry, almost like he was walking in a battle. Before Nathan made it on stage, Dimebag, who had been at the front of the stage, in front of the audience, went back toward his amp to make some adjustments. Once the adjustments were made, he got right back into playing. As Dimebag was standing there, headbanging and playing, completely oblivious to what was happening, Nathan had rushed the stage and went right over to his side with his weapon drawn. You could hear multiple pops, and Dime had been hit multiple times, at least once in the forehead. The band went on for a couple beats, even though the guitar had stopped and was already feeding back. Then he could hear the drums and the bass stop, with only the vocals going for maybe another beat. And then the only audible sound from the band was the feedback of Dime's guitar, still ringing out from his amp amid the chaos. A lot of the staff and the audience at the time thought that maybe some firecrackers had gone off. It wasn't until the band stopped, with Dime's guitar still feeding back, that they knew something was up. Nathan got tackled by a security guard as he started popping into the crowd as well. One of the roadies for the opening groups, Travis Burnett, tried to fight Nathan off, asking him, "Dude, what the fuck you doing?" with Nathan telling him to get out of here, get out of the way. And so as Travis tried to grab him, Nathan took a pop at him too, but the bullet went through his shirt. A nurse who was in the crowd rushed to the stage and started doing chest compressions on Dime. As this whole thing went down, a guy implored anybody in the audience or in the club to quickly call 911 as soon as possible. Officer James Niggemeier got that call, and he arrived in 3 minutes. By
Go,
this time,
Officer
Nathan
James.
had taken
Jesus
a drum tech
Christ.
hostage. John Cat
The
Brooks,
drum tech
who
was
he had
hostage?
hit 3 times as Brooks tried to disarm him, and was working his way to the back door of the club. Officer James had a long barrel, and knowing that time wasn't on his side, he was waiting for the perfect opportunity. He didn't want to hit the hostage, so it was a very surgical operation. By this time, Gale knew he was done for. Officers had made it by this time and were already surrounding the front of the stage. The window of opportunity was closing, though, as Gale was now pointing it at the hostage's head. Officer Niggemeier was able to neutralize him by hitting him directly in the face. He was gone instantly. It was a very heroic move by James Niggemeier, because he hadn't even waited for backup to arrive. He had no idea how it was going to play out, and he was reassured at the end by one of the guys working there that it was a move that he had to make. But that definitely wasn't enough, because afterwards James suffered from PTSD. He ended up discharging from service and is still in treatment over the incident. But nevertheless, by him neutralizing the threat, he saved a lot of lives that night. There was some speculation that Gale was also after Dime's brother Vinny, and that when he was brought down, he still had 35 rounds left. Not counting Gale, 4 people died in that senseless incident.
You went in and
Nathan Bray, who
killed
was a fan who jumped on
Pantera?
stage and heroically tried
The
to save
fuck's
Dime.
wrong with you,
Aaron Hawk, who
asshole?
was employee of the club, and their bodyguard,
Why did
Jeff
you
Mayhem
kill
Thompson.
Pantera?
What makes the story crazier and more tragic is that about 6 months before this incident, Nathan Gale was actually at another Damage Plan concert in Cincinnati. Most likely having some kind of psychotic episode, he ended up damaging $5,000 worth of equipment and was removed from the stage by security. From then on out, security has definitely tightened in clubs and other venues where live music is played. To that point in time, music events like this were always seen as peaceful occasions, just for people to get together and rock out. And a player who was as beloved as Dime, nobody would have thought that he would have been a victim of something so
I
heinous.
never thought
Countless
Dimebag Darrell would
musicians have
die.
cited Dimebag as a huge influence
Poor
and source of
Dimebag.
inspiration. Jonathan Davis from Korn had said that if there was no Dimebag Darrell, there would be no Korn. When Dime hit the scene, Slash called him one of the best new guitar players that came out over a long period of time. And Skid Row's Sebastian Bach said that Dime reinvented heavy metal guitar. But beyond the
Yeah, I
musical
believe he did.
impact that Dime had, he was also known for being really warm, open, and fun-loving. He was the kind of guy who wanted to show you his record collection and make you a drink. A lot of fans felt like he was one of them. He was a kindred spirit, more of a misfit kid who was living the dream, but it was through hard work and dedication. His girlfriend, Rita Haney, had said that he would be really surprised by how many people's lives he actually touched. At Dime's memorial, Eddie Van Halen and Zakk Wylde showed up to pay tribute. A few weeks before the horrific incident where Dime was tragically killed, he had actually met Eddie Van Halen for the first time. Eddie was planning on putting out a line of replicas of his Strike guitar, and Dime asked him if he could purchase an advanced copy of it for 30 grand. And Eddie told him, no, I'm going to go ahead and have a special one made for you instead, and I'll give it to you as a gift. That, of course, never materialized due to the tragedy that would occur not long after. After Darrell's death, his girlfriend was discussing with his brother Vinnie Paul which guitar to bury Darrell with in his Kiss casket. Eddie Van Halen called and said that he would provide a guitar. Eddie showed up and brought his original black and yellow striped Bumblebee guitar that was pictured on the back cover of Van Halen 2. This was the original, not a replica.
No,
he
it's
gave
the
the guitar to
original.
Rita, who placed the Bumblebee guitar
Let it
into Darrell's
die,
casket.
bitch.
Eddie had said
I'm
an
sorry,
original
Darrell, I'm
for an
sorry.
original. And with tears in her eyes,
It's
she
the
whispered,
terrible
"See, baby,
mental
you didn't
sickness
get a
that
replica.
took over
You got the
America.
one."
It's the
The loss of
anger.
Dimebag was devastating. It was a blow deeply felt by the music world and beyond. And through it all, Vinny, his brother in both blood and music, continued to carry
So
the
many
torch
of my
for both
heroes
of them.
are dead.
Tragically, we would lose Vinnie Paul as well, as he passed away in 2018 from heart disease. But the Abbott brothers' impact on music is undeniable, and their music remains an unstoppable force. Thanks so much to all my subscribers. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to smack that subscribe button and join the family. And if you could kindly hit the like button, I do appreciate it as well. Thank you so much for watching.
What's the greatest misconception about Nirvana?
About Nirvana?
Yeah.
That it was a bummer.
Right.
Because it wasn't always a bummer.
No.
There were times where it was so outrageously hilarious and fun.
I was the quiet one in Nirvana. I was the drummer. But most of you don't know that I was the 5th drummer of Nirvana.
How do you meet Kurt Cobain and form Nirvana with him? Although you were the 6th drummer in the band.
Yeah,
right?
I came later.
Why
came
did they
later.
go through 5 other drummers before they came
Oh, I love the Foo Fighters.
to find you?
They were a funny band, you know. I think they hadn't really found the right drummer yet.
You're out of the house, you're on the road with Scream, you and 2 high school buddies, and you're out on the West Coast, and you get an invitation to try out with this band Nirvana, which had already had an album out. They were a big deal, at least among musicians.
The singer Buzz said, "Well, have you ever heard of Nirvana?" And I said, "Of course." Nirvana had made a record that somehow successfully mixed classic rock and roll with dissonant punk rock, and it was brilliant. Buzz said, "Well, they're looking for a drummer, and they came to see you play a few weeks ago, and they said, if we could get a drummer like that, that's the drummer that we need." And I knew that if I were the drummer of this band, that it would be good.
But going to the tryout means leaving your two best buddies who you went on this adventure with. That's a really hard choice for people.
Yeah.
You call your mother. What advice did she give you?
Once again, Mom comes
Mom comes
telling
through.
you, I mean, she is a constant in this book.
This changed your life, this decision.
It did. I didn't know what to do because I was at a crossroads. And I said, I'm torn. I don't know what to do. And she said,
you know, sometimes in life, you have to do what's best for you.
She Western Unioned $120, and I flew up to Seattle, and I never went back. I remember getting off the plane and Chris and Kurt meeting me at baggage claim. It was like having Children of the Corn pick you up from the airport. When I came up to Seattle, Nirvana was doing a show with another drummer. I get there to this Nirvana show, there's about 1,200 people, and maybe 15 of them looked like they were punk rockers. The rest of them were trailer park kids with greasy long hair, wearing clothes that they bought at Fred Meyer or the Salvation Army. They were flannels.
Boing.
It already felt like there was some sort of movement, but it was unintentional. And these people just gathered or were drawn to this thing because it just sounded like they felt. And the energy was different than anything I'd ever seen.
He wrote these really, really simple songs, and he's a great lyricist. His objective was really like make the song as catchy and memorable and simple as possible.
Did he allow you any feedback in the writing process? I mean, here you are, a great
We wouldn't even
songwriter.
talk about it. We would just go in the room and he'd start playing something and we'd just play along, and then it would become a song. We wouldn't say like, that chorus needs to be twice as long and in a different
You
key.
wouldn't question him, so he was the leader of that band.
The idea was not even to talk about music, to keep it as pure as possible.
Did you ever say to Kurt, listen, I've got great songs?
No.
You would not do that.
You never let him hear anything you wrote?
He heard some, and he liked a couple of them. There were two that he really liked he wanted to do, but he was afraid to ask me if he could change the lyric.
And there was one time where I recorded something that I was really proud of. And I'm like, man, I recorded this song. I had a studio in my basement. I played it for Kurt, and he was really excited about it. And he liked the riff and the melody, but he didn't really like the lyric. And so, but he was sort of, he didn't want to ask if he could change the lyric because he didn't want to, like offend me or something. Which of course I would have said like, fuck, dude.
Yeah,
take it.
do your thing,
Fuck
man.
it, do your thing. That'd be great.
But then we didn't do anything with them because Kurt's songs were always better. So it was like,
think of your songs?
he liked them. He liked a few of them. Some of them he didn't really like. He liked some of them, and But it's difficult because when you're in a band with someone like Kurt, he's such a great songwriter that you don't want to pollute anything. You're like, okay, well everything's is going really well,
One of Kurt's amazing abilities was not just that he was a great lyricist, but he had a really specific kind of signature melodic turn of phrase. So he always braided really two simple lines together, I think, in a way that was almost unpredictable. And he would go from like maybe a gentle voice to a scream, or maybe a minor key to a major, but he would do it in this way that was like really beautifully patterned, which I always thought was really cool and really simple. Ultimately, at most everything that he did.
Did it frustrate you that Kurt Cobain had that much? I mean, here you are, you're a bit of a control freak. You have all of these songs inside of you. And then Kurt Cobain.
Not describing you?
How did you function in that band?
It's great.
But it's almost like being George Harrison. George Harrison had great songs. The Beatles made him only have one song on an album. Kurt wouldn't let you have
but he was in a band with Lennon and McCartney. And I was in a band with Kurt. So it's that famous joke, like, what's the last thing the drummer said before he got kicked out? I got a song I think we should play.
Yeah, right.
You can't. And I was perfectly happy because I was just I was like disco drumming. I was just going doosh dash, doosh doosh dash.
I was in a band with the greatest songwriter of our generation. And all I had to do was play the drums like it was the last day of my life. So I did.
When most people think about Nirvana, they think about a video or a song on the radio. But to me, it was a really personal experience with some friends that went from sleeping on floors to then being the #1 band on the charts.
It's really early in the morning. I think it's about 8:30 or something, or 9, and I haven't been asleep yet. Kurt and I wouldn't go to sleep until 9 o'clock in the morning as the sun was coming up. We'd wake up at 4 in the afternoon as it was going down in this tiny little apartment where I slept on a couch that's half as long as me with turtles in this aquarium that Kurt had built.
Kurt had an amazing sense of humor, and Chris Novoselic, if you've ever spent time with him, is one of the funniest people you've ever met. But it's just sort of like, it's kind of like living in a loud, distorted version of Monty Python. And so when it gets dark, it gets fucking dark. But when it's not, it's
like
fucking
a flying
hilarious.
foot.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I think most people imagine that it was just like, fuck, all the time. And it just wasn't. There were times that were really great.
There's this one, we were on tour in Chicago, and Kurt had been chopping at my drums all tour, and like my drums had holes in them. Like and they sounded like crap because there were holes in them. They didn't sound good. And I kept asking our tour manager, could I please get a new drum set? And this is before we were playing big places, we were in clubs. He's like, let's wait another week. And I said, and he chopped more holes and wait another week. And so finally I said to Kurt, it's at the Metro in Chicago, I said, hey man, at the end of the gig, we have to smash my drum set to splinters because I need a good one, a real one. The guitars, man, we spent half an hour breaking those drums. And we told the audience, we said, you can go home, it's all good. And
we're just gonna break all this.
Yeah.
The concert's over, so give us
And
a
then the
minute.
next day, the drum place was closed. And I was just like,
Oh my God.
The thing that I loved so much about the underground punk rock music scene was its independence. And all of these people were doing it themselves. So there were no real big record companies. You would just, go to a studio down the street and pay a couple $100 and record a couple songs and then send that to the pressing plant, and they'd make some albums, and then you'd Xerox a copy for the cover and then stuff it in the sleeve and go sell it to the local record store and consign it. Like, it worked that way.
We came from this underground punk rock scene where there really were no awards or ceremonies or trophies. It was all about doing it for real, and the reward was doing it right and doing it for real and sharing the community of music, helping other musicians. And
I'm happy that I got to experience those few years in Seattle where the city just exploded. The experiences that I had at that age, which is a really impressionable age, shaped so much about the person that I am now. And I would drive around the hills in Hollywood and try to imagine who lived in these houses, and what they did and how they got there. And having grown up in a house the size of a, milk truck, it's like I would look at these places and think like, God, I wonder what it's like. I wonder what it's like to survive comfortably doing something that you. We were so deep in the middle of it that it was hard to really foresee what was going to happen, or, be any sort of judge of it. But our friends were all telling us, this is going to be huge. This is going to be huge. We're like, really? Think so? This is going to be huge. So when you're young and you start playing music, you're just in love with the sound, and you're in love with the puzzle and the mystery and how to do it and learning to do it yourself, right? You're listening to top 40 radio. You're listening to these huge bands that have sold millions of records, and then as I became like a punk rock kid, the punk rock underground is kind of like ethically suffocating. You were conditioned to reject any sort of commerciality or conformity, any sort of like top 40 radio, things like that. Up until that point, it really was always living paycheck to paycheck to paycheck. right? And it was on tour, just trying to get to the next show without a flat tire, with enough gas in the thing. And
Yeah.
we were just young, you know? There wasn't a lot of introspection. It was like, wait, that stripper has a motorcycle? Can I borrow that for a second? And then you just like start driving around the Hollywood Hills, you know? I think I was 20. Popular, like, what do you do? Like, how do you reconcile those two things? Or how do you justify that, you know? Because most musicians feel some sort of guilt. Like you said, you use the word sellout. Like, what happens when the songs that you've written are loved by everyone? I mean, do you run away from it because everyone loves it? Now you're a top 40 band and you've sold millions of records. How do you deal with that? A lot of people feel this sense of guilt or shame. Like, oh no, I'm too popular. Or, oh no, we've sold too many records. I didn't want the world to know about this little secret. The problem with Nirvana was that Kurt's songs were so good that we were raised in that scene where it was our secret. But then all of a sudden, we become one of them. Like, what do you do? Okay, now millions of people are singing your song.
Nirvana's energy, in a strange way, was kind of like this bomb that was about to go off all the time. It was sort of like this thing just seemed like it could pop at any moment. And that was the energy, and it was insular, and it was just like...
And it's difficult. I mean, it's one of the things that really affected Nirvana. None of us ever thought that we were going to be this gigantic band. We were perfectly comfortable in our little corner of the underground, doing it the way we'd always done it. But unfortunately, Kurt's songs were so good that millions and millions of people connected to it. And so you could either see it as a blessing or a celebration, or you could see it as some sort of curse.
I was living with my buddy Barrett in this room in the back of the house, knowing that I could have bought every house on the street, but I didn't want it to change, you know?
How did you do up there?
I was the kid with long hair in my face behind drums that looked like washing machines, and I could walk in the front door of a Nirvana gig and not really get noticed. So I didn't have to suffer a lot of the pressures that Kurt did as the front man. You know, when I was in Nirvana, I was the drummer, and I don't even think you could see my face. I had so much hair as I was pounding the drums. Like, you know, I was practically anonymous in that band. I could almost walk through the front door of a gig and not be recognized.
I didn't have to bear the weight of the responsibility of being, you know, the front person of the band, which was difficult on Kurt, especially when you're sort of rising out of that underground scene and becoming one of the biggest bands in the world. It's hard, so you have to kind of remind yourself of the reasons why you started in the first place. You have to remind yourself of the kid on the bedroom floor with the Beatles records, and that's the core. That's who you are. And if the world starts singing along with your songs, you know, I think you have to appreciate that in a way.
When your band becomes successful and popular, as quickly as it happened to Nirvana, that's a really difficult path to navigate. And there's no specific skills or skill set or tools to deal with something like that. You have to really kind of hold on and hope that you make it through. I mean, still to this day, whenever I see a new artist that's young, that blows up and becomes gigantic overnight, I kind of get worried for him. I don't think anybody's cut out for it.
One of the pioneers behind the sound known as grunge is gone.
Kurt Cobain, the lead singer of the enormously popular rock band Nirvana, is dead.
The lead singer of Nirvana, one of the world's most popular rock bands, has been found dead at his home in Seattle.
Kurt Cobain's body was found inside a garage apartment adjacent to his Seattle home.
Police said Kurt Cobain had apparently shot himself and a suicide note was found nearby.
Police found what is said to be a suicide note at the scene, but have not yet divulged its contents. Cobain, who was 27, had reportedly been missing for about 6 days, according to his mother.
Nirvana, heart-shaped box.
Well, I'm not the most vocal person in the world, but it'd be silly to say that it doesn't feel like there's something missing, and and I think about Kurt every day. And I'd like to thank everybody for paying attention to our band. Thanks.
Does it ever talk about it at all?
Yeah. I mean, don't you think it would? Then why would you even ask?
Passing.
Yeah.
Maybe enough time has passed.
Well, no, it's, I don't know. I don't talk about it to people I don't really know. So there's got to be a line drawn.
I'm going to feed my cat and get some dessert. I'll be right back.
And
oh,
this,
I love this
This
kitty.
is all
I
fun,
love
being in a
this
rock
kitty.
band and being on TV. It's cool and everything, but usually every journalist's job is to get the scoop. Every journalist wants the scoop. Every journalist wants to get the quote. And usually they don't have any respect for the person that they're interviewing. It's a very selfish thing. Like, I'm here to pull as much garbage out of this person as I can to make my piece the thing that everyone reads and sees. So, yeah, of course. I mean, still to this day, people ask me questions that they know I'm not about to answer, but still, they'll slip it in here and there, and then ask me why. Like, why won't you talk about it? It's none of your business. It's none of your fucking business. Give me a break. It's so stupid. It's like, say your mom died, okay, and I met you for 5 minutes, and I started asking, well, God, how did you feel after your mother died? And then I go tell everybody. It's absolutely appalling. I think it's just disgusting. So. How does anyone know? I mean, how does anyone know the way I feel, I mean, I don't sit around and speak in interviews about things that are really deep and personal. I mean, that's just nobody's business. I'm in a band, I play music, people jump around, and hey, that's fun. Rock and roll is like a circus, Look at you go in there and there's 8,000 people and 2 big screen TVs, and it's like, hey, this is the big top, This is the circus. Has nothing, to me, it's totally separate. From when I go home, I have a wife, I have a nice, comfortable living, and it's nice. I mean, I live a really normal life. I don't live this glamorous rock and roll thing, and I like to separate the two.
I mean, who tells you your lead singer's gone? I mean, how do you find that out?
I think maybe it was on the news or something weird. I don't know. I don't remember.
Like
exactly.
the news.
Like you didn't get a call, you just heard it.
I think it happened, and then it just all happened, like, and the phone's off the hook, and
people are calling this and that.
Yeah.
And what do you do that day? You just go into shock. I mean, you can't go back.
Got together. Everybody went over to Chris Novoselic's house, and
hung out. Because you were there comforting one another.
Yep. It was just such a weird time, and we were kids. I was like 25 years old or something like that.
Yeah.
So it was strange, and I couldn't listen to music. I couldn't listen to Nirvana. Just lost. I went through a really dark period where I couldn't really even listen to the radio because it broke my heart just to hear music. Incredible experience while I was there. And then probably the most devastating time of my life. After Kurt died, I couldn't even listen to music for months. No radio, no TV, nothing. I just couldn't stand the sound of music. I was scared of music. I was numb and lost. And couldn't listen to music. I couldn't stand to hear someone else saying about their pain or their heartbreak or their joy. So I'd turn off the radio, I'd put my instruments away, because the music that I had devoted my life to had now betrayed me. First of all, I didn't really have a plan, like when everything's sort of turned upside down and shaken up like that, you just wake up every day thinking,
who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? You know, I remember the day after Kurt died, how strange it felt to wake up knowing that he wasn't with us anymore. And that, like, I had another day, you know, like, okay, so what am I going to do with today?
Right.
You know, when Kurt died, I remember the next day and thinking, I still get to live. So I'm gonna live every day like it's my last one. Even if it's the worst day, I'm gonna try to appreciate it. And I still feel that way. It was then that I started to realize, oh, okay, you have to do everything once again. Meaning, okay, I'm going to make a pot of coffee, and this is my first pot of coffee since Kurt's gone. I have to go upstairs and get dressed. This is the first thing I'll wear since Kurt has been gone. And it goes like that.
Was it all good with Kurt? I mean, were you on
Things
good terms?
got weird towards the end.
So did that make you feel even weirder about his death? Were you sort of estranged?
Yeah, I mean, everybody sort of was. I think at that point, it had sort of split off, and it just got really weird.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if anybody really does, but it had gotten to the point where
he wasn't talking to you.
Well, they were just, you know, I don't do drugs.
Right.
I haven't done drugs since I was a kid.
Right.
20 years old, I think, is when I stopped. And so, you know, there were drugs around, and there was like the people who did the drugs, and then there were people that didn't do the drugs. And I didn't do the drugs. And so I was just out of that world, you know. And if you're in it, you're in it. If you're not, you're out.
So in the last couple of months, you hadn't even been in touch with Kurt.
No, we had.
Right.
And but
were you close to breaking up the band anyway? Do you think you guys would have broken up because Kurt was going his own way?
I think at that point it was important that we take a break. I think everybody felt that way. It was like time to take a break. I'm still processing Kurt's death, you know, because I have to explain it to my kids who love Nirvana. Because for the longest time, you know, I would try to process and talk about it with friends and family and things like that. I knew what people wanted me to write. I knew what Nirvana fans wanted me to write. I knew what people might expect me to write. And I didn't want to write that. I thought, okay, maybe I'm just going to write about, you know, to try to explain a much more broad piece about loss and mourning and how grief is determined or measured. Like, is it measured by time? Do you feel the loss of someone more if you've known them your entire life, or less if it's in such a short period of time? And I don't think time has anything to do with it. I think it has to do with the depth or the emotional relevance of that relationship. So it was the same with Kurt. Even though we knew each other for a much shorter period of time, the life that we lived in those 3.5 years, I mean, that was almost a lifetime in itself. And so much had changed, and we were young, and it was just this crazy turning point in our lives. And
because of everything that had happened in that 3.5 years, it hurt more, you know. And to the idea that there's some people in life that you kind of emotionally prepare yourself to lose, you know, almost like
I don't
a
really want to
self-defense
dwell
mechanism where you
on death anymore.
You kind of build these walls around yourself to feel the pain a bit less when you lose them. But it never works, you know. It doesn't.
No.
It's not like some sort of vaccine that will make you immune to pain. It doesn't work that way. So, you know, it was difficult to go back and reflect on everything that had happened, but it felt good to be able to put it on paper because I was working through these things as I was writing them, you know. That I've talked to people close to me about these moments in my life, but not really too much, not deeply in public. When you lose someone, especially in that way, there's just so many questions, you know, you're just left with this void and all of these questions. And,
I went through it. It was fucking terrible.
I think it's important to rely on the moments that you had, good or bad, to use that lens instead of one that's been kind of focused years later. So
one of the difficulties is that once Kurt died, everybody had to go back and parse through In Utero and read lyrics like they're tea leaves leading you somewhere. And that feels like a recipe for incredible bullshit. And
Wow, that's
misunderstanding.
Conan. That's what Conan said.
Still to this day, if I listen to that record, I'll find things or I'll feel things that I didn't necessarily feel 25 years ago. Not just in light of everything that had happened, but of course that, you know, everything that did happen can, you know,
it was
kinda
a complex album.
screw the lens
It
a little
was.
bit or distort maybe
In Utero
what it
changed
felt
my
like
life
before and what it feels like now.
You said you
What
don't
it was
remember
back
him
then
as a
and what
torture
it is
genius.
now,
I'm the
yeah.
same, but you don't remember. I don't remember my friend.
I was a
as someone that
child
had
compared
all
to
this
these
angst.
people. To me, it's just what those albums meant to me.
I remember her as someone I had a lot of fun with and someone I could douche around with, and this really sweet girl. And you said the same about him. It's just you know. And I think it's really important to crystallize those memories to almost own the legacy, isn't it? In your own head, if nothing else.
Well, you know, hindsight can be a blurry lens, you know, like as much as sometimes you imagine that
Lap?
you
I'm sorry, kitty. Come back.
you find more clarity over time.
Sissy.
Sometimes that's not always the case. And, you know, I think that when you lose someone, especially in that
I'm gonna
way,
get some dessert. I'll be right back.
there's just so many questions, you know, you're just left with this void and all of these questions. And I think it's important to rely on the moments that you had, good or bad, to use that lens instead of one that's been kind of focused years later. So
There are people out there that have opinions, strong opinions about who he was and what he meant and what you guys meant. And it must just seem surreal to you at times. Like, no, that was our friend. There was three of us. We were in a van together, and it has now become this
The
IMAX
best is
projection on the world.
when my kids sometime will ask me, let's say, my daughter Harper and I were driving in the car not long ago, 6 months ago, and a Nirvana song came on. And we don't listen to Nirvana at home. This Nirvana song comes on, she's singing along to the words. And I'm thinking, wow, that's weird. I've never heard her listen to a Nirvana song. How does she know a Nirvana song? And she says, she said, Dad, how old were you when you made this song? I said, God, I think I was like 22, maybe. She goes, oh, how old was Kurt? I said, I think he was maybe like 23, 24. And she goes, what was he like? And I'd say, well, he was really nice. He was kind of shy, sometimes quiet, but he was cool. And she
get super pissed off.
Yeah. But she says, well, he was shy. Was he shy around people that he knew or people that he didn't know? And I said, well, kind of a little bit of both. And she said, God, that's so strange that someone who feels shy like that could write these songs and sing them for everyone to hear and then stand on stage in front of 100,000 people and play them. I thought that was so cool because I think she wasn't looking so much at that other thing.
Yep.
She was looking at the person, right? And, you know, after Nirvana was over, that curtain got sort of pulled away.
It was hard to imagine, you know, making music or joining a band because it was just too painful. So I honestly don't know what I did. It was months and months and months. I do remember at one point thinking, okay, I'm just going to go to Ireland. So I rented a car. I was driving around Ireland, lost. I have no idea where I am. And it felt good. It felt good to just disappear. It felt really good to be away from all of that and just to, you know, just to be alive in this beautiful place. And I was driving down the road and I saw a hitchhiker.
Here I was in the middle of nowhere, and I saw Kurt's face looking right back at me. And it was in that moment that I thought, okay, I have to go home and get back to work because I'll never outrun this.
Obviously, I was so blessed and honored to have been in that band, but I needed some continuation of life.
Go Foo Fighters! I love the Foo Fighters.
The entire time that Nirvana was out making records and playing shows and stuff, I would come home from tours and just write songs in my bedroom and record them in my basement. So when Nirvana ended, you know, at first I didn't want to do anything, of course. I didn't want to join a band. I didn't want to listen to the radio, play music. And then eventually I realized, like, wait, I'm 25 years old. My life is not over. So I need to celebrate, like, every day because I'm lucky to be alive. So I thought, all right, I'm going to pick sort of like 12 or 13 of my favorite songs that I've ever recorded and take them to the studio right down the street. So instead of having 15 minutes to make a song, I booked 6 days, which to me was like making the White Album. Like that was like
Fuck yeah, and it was a good album too. I
just
love
went
the
down, we made a
self-titled.
bunch
I
of
fucking
coffee,
love
and I
that
started
album.
blasting through songs. Like first take on the drums.
Because that's how it is when it's good.
On it. Next song, first take on the drums. It just I was because I didn't think it was gonna be like a record. It was more just like fun, you know.
I went to the cassette place down the street and said, could you make 100 of these? And made a little card to go in it. Yeah. And I just started giving it out to people. And I called it Foo Fighters because I wanted people to think it was a group.
But no, it's weird. Like, you know, when we started, when we started, it wasn't even a band. It was just a demo tape I made by myself.
Yeah.
I played all the instruments. I did it in 5 days. I thought it was really fun. Nirvana was over. I didn't have anything to do. I was depressed. And I thought, you know what? Fuck that. I'm going to just go to the studio and record some shit by myself. Recorded it. I made 100 cassettes. I made a little cover for the cassette. I called it Foo Fighters because I didn't want people to think it was me. I wanted it to be like, oh, this new band is really cool, when really it was just one person.
For all the cows.
And there was never any thought that you were going to do, Dave, as kind of a solo project.
No.
It was always going to be a band.
No. I mean, yes, it was always going to be a band, but I couldn't
I'd just be the biggest buffoon if I was a solo artist. It would just be the most ridiculous thing you'd ever seen in your life.
But it was also tough too because, you know, one of the things about starting this band was it was time to keep moving, you know? And after something like that happens, it's like you don't know how to recover from something like that. There's no textbook to help you through something as tragic and horrific as that. So
and it's public.
Well, yeah, and so it was just time to keep playing, you know. I'd been in bands a long time before that. I wasn't ready to give up music, you know. And there were times where I really felt like it. It was hard to listen to music because I would just associate it with the death of a good friend of mine.
It wasn't just like starting a band. It wasn't just like putting some guys together with instruments. It was a bit more emotionally
cathartic.
It was a bit more emotional than that. It was a continuation of life. You know, Pat and I had been in Nirvana. Our drummer William and our bass player Nate had been in a band that had ended prematurely, and so we were young and we were not finished playing music. But more than that, we just needed something to look forward to. We needed something to like get us through life. And if you think of it that way, then every day you wake up and you really appreciate that you have this.
I do. I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I love my life.
And
every day I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I love my life.
Friends.
The impetus, like, to create some stuff was not stemming at all from Kurt's death, but it was actually stemming from the fact that Nirvana broke up. It was just to keep going, isn't that it?
Well, it's just that I'd been in bands since I was 14 years old. And it was what I'd loved doing. It's what I'd done all my life. And I love to write music. I love to perform. I love to go on tour for a certain amount of time. And so it was just basically just missing the life that I'd lived for 10 years. And then all of a sudden you're sitting at home with absolutely nothing to do until you just get off your ass and do something, you know? So there's that. But then also, you know, I wanted us to be a band, you know? When they first found out that we had started this new band, they immediately wanted to do interviews. I'm like, there's nothing to fucking talk about yet, you know? Like, we've only practiced 6 times, and, you know, I don't have any funny, like, what's the craziest shit happened on tour stories. So it was like, let us be a band for a while, you know? So when you have a band of 4 people, I think they should be considered a unit. It shouldn't be the 3 guys with this one person out in front. I don't believe in that, really, at all. I don't.
No, I don't.
And I had my ass sitting in a drum stool for 10 years, you know, and now I get to stand up.
Yeah, they put Kurt. Put Kurt out in front of fucking Christ Novoselic and David Grohl. And when you look back, I think they all had something to say.
About the fact that, like, I mean, you were seen as a drummer and you suddenly had to go out front. I mean, was it scary?
It still is. It's horrible.
I was the lead singer in a band once called Deaf to Reason. And a huge part of it was me. The vocal lines were me. Now I'm a solo Skycatlive. And I think about it all the time. I'm like, who am I? What do I sound like after my band?
Fine. Have you ever done it?
No.
I like being a musician.
I've
never drummed.
Terrible. Well, drumming is all right because
I struggle with other people's sounds because they kind of jade me a bit as a singer, and I'm a singer. I've sang all my life. I sing for you guys all the goddamn time. I could do it right now. I could go sing a Nirvana album at 12:15, but I don't think I will because it's Wednesday.
And head down and just, but when you have nothing but this little microphone stand in front of you, I'm almost skinny enough that I can hide behind it, but there's you know, and everybody looks at you like, okay, let's see some charisma, I want some humor, I want some banter in between songs, and you know, it's really scary.
I think that in Nirvana I had a lot of freedom because that was just the drummer, and I could just go completely crazy back behind everything, and it made it better, you know. In this band I have to sort of have some level of restraint or control, you know, and I take this very seriously. Like, I take the music that we make very, very seriously. As much as when we play, we sort of seem like we're just goofing around.
I love playing, you know, and I had my ass sitting in a drum stool for 10 years, you know, and now I get to stand up. So damn right I'm going to jump around as much as I can, you know. I mean, we're no symposium.
I can have some fun coming on in the next years, over the next like 20 songs or so that I do. I'm going to get crazier. But see, I needed some sad songs. I needed to get the sadness out of my soul. But I'm going to do some really crazy, happy songs too.
Get me wrong.
Okay, well then, what about, was there any resentment from people at all? Thinking, well,
Hi,
like, wait a
sissy,
minute,
I love
know,
you.
I think so, but no
You
one
guys
ever
wanna
has
see
the
my
balls to come
cat?
to my face and say, you know what, you're a real bastard.
Here, I'm going to pause it. So here, you guys want to see my, oh, I think I froze the camera. Oh, I want to see the kitty though. I want to see the kitty. Come back to this and I say video deactivate. Okay, so that's my kitty. There she is. I love my kitty. It's kind of hard to get her on camera because of the camera, you know, because of the way the camera is. The camera is much more suited for me. Sorry, I turned it off. Hey, it's my Facebook picture. You know, I took a picture of this, my face going shoo across the screen and stuff. I took a picture of that like 15 years ago. And it was my Facebook picture for a long time.
For just getting up and starting another band. Like, you're supposed to be this brooding, we never want to see your face again, except for those old live photos where they're all black and white and blurry and, you know.
You were going to be in a band that was going to get more attention than your average band who were only around for a month.
This is true.
Right.
And we realized that. Like, we knew that, you know, that people were going to want to talk to us and people were going to give us this special attention because of the bands that we had been in or whatever. But that, I mean, there was nothing we could do. I mean, there's not, and I mean, of course, I feel fortunate that I'm able to sit and do an interview that people are going to watch. I mean, I'd be a fool to think, you know, God damn it, this is such a drag that everybody comes to see our band play. It's, you know, I'd be a fucking liar if I said that. Yeah, because the hardest thing is, the greatest thing about this band is that it's a new band and we're looking towards the future, and it's nice because we have so many things to look forward to. And most of the interviews I do, people just ask about Nirvana. So it's like, I'm trying to look towards the future and I'm trying to like move ahead, but people always like pull me back, you know. So that's the hardest thing, and mainly it's in interviews, like where people will ask one question about the Foo Fighters, and then Nirvana, you know, and then they ask all these Nirvana questions, and it's like, you know, Nirvana was fun, and it was, you know, it was great, but it's gone, you know, and so this is what I'm trying to focus on. Like, being in Nirvana was great, and I had a lot of fun, and it was the best thing that ever happened in my life. But it's over, and, you know, I mean, Nirvana, to a lot of people, Nirvana was this thing, I don't even know. To me, it was a band with two friends of mine. To other people,
that's how it is to me too.
This important voice of this lost generation, and to me, it was just, you know, a couple people having a good time on stage. I didn't talk about Nirvana for the first, you know, like 2 or 3 years of being a band, for lots of reasons. One, the biggest reason is that, you know, a good friend of mine died, and I didn't just want to go and talk about it to everybody because I was still trying to work that out on my own, you know. And
did you talk to your band about it? Like, could you guys like?
Yeah. Well, it's
you
not
have to be
something.
a friend, not just a bandmate at that point, right?
Yeah.
Well, you have a song on here called "Let It Die," right?
Yeah, but see, that's the
Is
thing.
it about that? Or?
Well, here's the deal: is that for the longest time, I wouldn't talk about it, and then I started talking about it a little bit, and now, you know, I'm open to talking about it, whatever you need to know within limits. Mm-hmm. But then, for the longest time, I wouldn't write lyrics that I thought people would associate with something like that. Sort of had this distaste for
for artists.
Artists,
who sort of market their emotions or turn their emotions into a commodity. You know, I've always thought that was really sort of bizarre, and it, to me, I didn't see, while we were recording this record, I didn't see it as something that was going to end up in the hands of, you know, hundreds of thousands of people around the world.
The thing is, I write a song called Let It Die, and it's about two people that fall apart. It's about someone that you feel helpless to their to watching them throw it all away, you know? And I write something like that, and I look at it, and I go, God damn it, I'm gonna have to answer that question. It
sounds like Kurt and Courtney. That's what it sounds like, and the lyrics.
But can you imagine that in my life, how many people I've loved or lost or befriended?
I didn't think that at all when I heard
I
the
knew
song.
when I wrote it, but that's the thing is like I can't keep this conversation from. I can't let this conversation keep me from writing anything. So no, it's not about Kurt and Courtney.
I think if Kurt hadn't died, you'd still be in Nirvana and never have written any of your songs that you wrote for Foo Fighters and never have gone out and done it. Like in a way, his death liberated you, in a weird sense, right?
I mean, I know that I would still be recording.
Jimmy Fallon might be one of the most visible faces on television today, but what most people don't know is that behind the scenes, Fallon couldn't be further from the person that he portrays on The Tonight Show. Fallon has a terrible reputation throughout the industry, and most of his Tonight Show staff have likened him to a male Ellen DeGeneres, except much messier and usually intoxicated. While Fallon's belligerent behavior and toxic Tonight Show set have been kept pretty under wraps over the last decade, some of his most recent decisions have caused him not only enormous backlash, but it's also had people looking more closely into who Fallon is and his past. So that's what we're discussing today, who Jimmy Fallon really is behind the scenes. We'll also be covering the multiple recent lawsuits Fallon was involved in, some of which contain horrendous allegations, and others accuse Fallon of using his platform to add even more zeros to his bank account by allegedly deceiving his most loyal fans. And finally, we'll be discussing the horrendous decision by Jimmy Fallon to have a monster on his show this summer, a monster he chose to platform, promote, and endorse. And while The Tonight Show has been in sharp decline over the recent years, after platforming a monster, viewers are turning elsewhere, with the show slipping in ratings and other hosts like Rosie O'Donnell sitting in for Jimmy Kimmel, easily beating Fallon. So sit back, relax, grab a drink and a snack, and let's dive in to the cowardly, toxic, and intoxicated world of one of Hollywood's biggest messes, Jimmy Fallon. For well over 2 decades, there have been scores of well-sourced stories regarding Jimmy Fallon's behavior behind the scenes, first at SNL and then at The Tonight Show. One of the most thorough investigations was done by Rolling Stone in 2023, and this was also at the time that the writer's strike was going on. Just like Ellen, there was lots of backlash to how Fallon treated his staff, and there were also viral tweets from staff and former staff of The Tonight Show that made Fallon look like a terrible boss and someone who did not care about his staff, people that he couldn't do his job without. But before we discuss Fallon's behavior behind the scenes, how he treats his staff, and his recent platforming of an absolute monster, I want to discuss some of Fallon's earlier controversies, because I think you'll see that Fallon's behavior and who he has been an open secret throughout his entire time in Hollywood, and that he's been allowed to get away with pretty much anything. And his behavior has only escalated over the 2 decades that he's been famous. Jimmy Fallon moved to Los Angeles when he was 21 years old from New York after dropping out of university, and his goal in life was always to be on Saturday Night Live. Fallon has been quoted as saying that every wish he's made in his life, be it blowing out birthday candles or throwing a coin in a fountain, was to be on SNL. He watched SNL obsessively growing up in New York, although he was only allowed to watch the clean parts that his parents approved of and taped for him, as he grew up a very strict Catholic. Even at one point when he was an altar boy, he briefly went back and forth about whether to be a priest or not, but quickly decided against it, and from that point on, he just always wanted to be on SNL. His first speaking role in a film was in the 1997 movie Father's Day, but it ended up being cut out, although you can still see him as an extra in the background of this movie. And at this time, he joined the famous comedy improv group The Groundlings, and that same year, in '97, he auditioned for the very first time for SNL, but was unsuccessful. The following year, in 1998, he got his first television role in the Michael J. Fox-led TV show Spin City. He also was cast that year in a pilot for the WB, and a very big back and forth with the WB and him and his manager and his agent was going on throughout this casting, because Fallon wanted a pretty ludicrous clause inserted into his contract, which he did end up getting. He wanted a clause that said if he landed a role on SNL, that he would be let out of his contract. And this is a pretty crazy clause for anyone to ask for, unless they're like a massive A-lister, but it's definitely an insane clause for someone to ask for who hasn't been in anything aside from one episode of Spin City. And the WB did initially say, this is insane, no, but after a lot of back and forth, they did agree to it because, to quote the WB, oh, this is never going to happen anyway, it's so unlikely, so just put it in there. I've spoken several times on the channel about how television contracts work and things like first position, so this exists in all types of TV shows, if not all of them. Obviously, I've not seen all TV show contracts, but certainly on then the WB, now the CW, they will usually have people that sign up to their shows, especially back then when they did these 22, 24 episode seasons, and they would sign in something called first position, which means that show takes precedence above all else. I talked about it a lot in my Euphoria video, because a lot of people would say, oh, I can't believe that after 3 years they got everyone back, and you know, even though they're all big stars now, but they all signed those contracts when they were not known or a lot less known, and they would all sign in something called first position, and so that means that they have to come back and fulfill their contracts. And a lot of the CW WB shows would sign you for 6 years. That's pretty much their standard. So there wouldn't be a lot of leeway unless Fallon had this clause in his contract. So to everyone's surprise except Jimmy Fallon's, that same year in '98, he had a second audition with SNL creator Lorne Michaels, and he was successful in earning a spot on the SNL cast. Fallon originally intended on staying on SNL for only 3 years, but ended up staying for 6 from '98 to 2004. He agreed to and signed his second 3-year deal after being given a more prominent role, being paired with the then head writer turned performer Tina Fey in Weekend Update. While he was on SNL, Fallon started his film career with Almost Famous in 2000, and he did go on to some more prominent TV roles like in Band of Brothers in 2001. The stories regarding his behavior behind the scenes do stretch back to this time in the late 90s and early 2000s when he was on SNL though. He's very close friends with Horatio Sanz, who was on SNL with him, and Horatio was quoted as saying that both he and Fallon were functioning alcoholics and that it was almost a prerequisite to have a substance use disorder to be on SNL. Fallon's close relationship with Sanz was brought back into the spotlight in 2021 when a woman filed a lawsuit against Horatio Sanz, NBC, and SNL for sexual harassment and sexual abuse. Fallon was mentioned multiple times throughout the lawsuit, and the victim did try to get him named in the lawsuit, but everything ended up being settled, so that never ended up taking place. And I am surprised this lawsuit didn't get more coverage, probably because Sanz and NBC did end up privately settling the lawsuit, but the lawsuit makes even more people than I've mentioned look terrible. The lawsuit the woman filed was about what happened when she was a teenager and a very big fan of SNL in the late 90s and early 2000s. She even had a website dedicated to SNL and the cast. She operated this fan page and also attended a lot of SNL tapings and after parties, as Horatio Sanz had started or restarted a lot of the big infamous SNL after parties that happened in the 70s and 80s. And the victim had many, many pictures with all of the SNL cast at this time. Jimmy Fallon, Tracy Morgan, Tina Fey, even Lorne Michaels himself. And she had emails, notes, diary entries, tons of stuff that showed that she went to all these tapings and these after parties, and a lot of it was documented on her website. She did attend these parties from the beginning when she was 15, 16 until she was almost 20, and Sanz, Fallon, and a lot of the other cast members were around her and partying around her at this time. According to the lawsuit, she met Sanz when she was around 15 at Jimmy Fallon's book signing that he did with his mom, and later alleged that Sanz engaged in inappropriate communication and behavior towards her before actually assaulting her when she was only 17. The lawsuit against Sanz and NBC was filed in 2021 and ran through 2022. The victim sought permission to add, as I mentioned, Jimmy Fallon, Lorne Michaels, the creator and runner of SNL, and also Tracy Morgan as a defendant, who is, of course, an SNL former cast member. The amended allegation argued that these members of the SNL community had enabled an environment in which Sanz could engage in inappropriate behavior with the victim. As I said, the case was unsurprisingly settled. I mean, can you imagine this playing out in court with all of these insanely famous celebrities, it being about SNL, and there being so much documentation of, at a minimum, the now woman being at all of these after parties when she was 15, 16, 17 years old. I mean, surely all of these people seeing a teenager constantly at these after parties should have raised alarm bells. And this wasn't someone that attended one or two parties and might have been been 18. This was someone they all knew by name and had this fan website where they gave her information, they all took pictures with her. She had so much communication back and forth, especially emails, that you can see the correspondence with people like Jimmy Fallon, that it's clear they know this person at least as a casual friend acquaintance, because the way that the correspondence is, it's not like it's just, oh, thanks for being a fan. There's a lot of back and forth, and it's over years too. But as I said, it was privately settled, and there's not really any information on what the settlement was, because I'm sure all sorts of NDAs were involved with the settlement. More of Jimmy Fallon's behavior while SNL was pulled back into the spotlight in the 2020s too, as in 2020, clips resurfaced of Fallon impersonating Chris Rock in 2000 while wearing blackface. The footage resurfaced during the protests following the killing of George Floyd, and Fallon's clip went absolutely viral. Fallon issued an apology on May 26, 2020, and he called his decision to impersonate Chris Rock in blackface a terrible decision and said that there was no excuse for it, and he apologized for what he described as an unquestionably offensive decision. He also discussed the clip and what happened during the opening monologue of his show on June 1st, 2020. All of the time that Fallon was on SNL, there was a lot of behind-the-scene discussion about his behavior, and especially his drinking and how out of control he would get. But given that it was the late 90s and early 2000s, this information didn't really go outside of the industry too much, outside of a few odd blind items, whereas today, the stories about his behavior are not only very well circulated online, but there are also a significant number of publications that have done very thorough stories on all of his behavior, his drinking, and how he treats his staff. And these aren't small publications either. As I mentioned, Rolling Stone and places like Current Affairs. And it's not like these pieces talk to a couple of former staff. They talk to 15, 16 or more former or current staff, and all of them are saying the same thing. Between SNL and The Tonight Show, Fallon did have a short-lived movie career. He ended up signing a 2-picture deal at the tail end of SNL when he was leaving, and the first movie he ended up doing was in 2004, a movie called Taxi with Queen Latifah, and then the second movie, the name depends on where you live. There is the name Fever Pitch and the name The Perfect Catch, and this was the movie about the Boston Red Sox with Drew Barrymore and came out in 2005. Both films were not well received critically with audiences nor financially, but Fallon did meet his wife Nancy Genevieve, who's a producer, and she was a producer on Fever Pitch / The Perfect Catch, and his wife today actually has a production company with his co-star from that movie, Drew Barrymore, and their production company is called Flower Films. Through the late 2000s and early 2010s, Fallon did do a lot of voice work and appearances as himself. I mean, if you look through his IMDb, it is all just Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Fallon. He honestly hasn't acted in anything aside voice work in close to 2 decades. There was movies like the roller derby movie Whip It. He did episodes of Family Guy, iCarly, Gossip Girl, unfortunately 4 episodes of my beloved 30 Rock that was of course created and starred his former SNL co-star and the person he sat beside on Weekend Update, and was the head writer of SNL, Tina Fey. And 30 Rock ran for 7 seasons on NBC, and although it was never a ratings juggernaut or a massive discussion in just the regular people genre, it was beloved in the industry but won so many awards. 30 Rock was based on Tina Fey's time as the head writer at SNL. Her character in the show, Liz Lemon, is the head writer of a show that is a sketch comedy live show called TGS, and it also stars former SNL cast members like Tracy Morgan, who I really have to think about saying his name because all I want to say is Tracy Jordan, because that's the name of his character in the show, and I am always watching either 30 Rock, Parks and Rec, or The Office. I write most of these videos while those are on in the background, so I don't waste something new, but I absolutely love 30 Rock, and there are so many frequent SNL collaborators in 30 Rock, including Jimmy Fallon. There's also people like Jane Krasowski, who was another lead, and one of the other leads was, of course, Alec Baldwin, who Jimmy Fallon played a younger version of Alec Baldwin's character, Jack Donaghy, but Fallon also played himself, of course, on the show. He was in a total of 4 episodes of 30 Rock. As I said, 30 Rock is a show within a show, and it's also set at NBC, and they even, you know, it's not like they call it NBC or something. Like, they actually use like the logo, they make all the jokes about NBC, and there's lots of jokes about SNL cast members, there's lots of jokes about Fallon, and there's also a lot of jokes that when you watch it now in 2026, there's so many about open Hollywood secrets like Harvey Weinstein, and there's a few that you could maybe say is pointing to some of the behavior behind the scenes of individuals on SNL. And the show started in 2007, and they had multiple jokes through the years about Weinstein, so there are a lot of things in there that have come to pass in 2026. Sorry if the camera shifted ever so slightly there. I got a phone call from William Morris, and so the battery like ran out and I had to reset it. But as nearly every person watching this video will be aware, from 2014 onwards, Jimmy Fallon has been a host of the flagship late night show at NBC, The Tonight Show. Fallon took over from the previous Tonight Show host, Jay Leno, and there was a lot of back and forth about this because originally Jay Leno retired the first time in 2009 and Conan O'Brien took over, and there was a whole palaver about that. But Fallon started The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon in February 2014, and his show, right out of the gates, did very well. He got over 11 million viewers for his premiere episode, and the first couple of years that it was on, it did really well too. One big thing that The Tonight Show did really well and better than the other late night shows was this transition into online content and social media, creating lots of viral moments and having their episodes and segments and clips doing very well online, especially YouTube, where they have over 30 million subscribers. Although today, many people say that they've gone way too far with it and the show isn't being made for television anymore, and it's only being made with the aim of getting a viral clip or a clipped moment, and I don't think there's a huge amount of people even tuning in on TV. It seems like putting it online is the real purpose of these shows. I've spoken before on this channel about the McDonald's theory, which is something that one of my really good friends who helps me edit these videos, Evelyn Dar, she has a YouTube channel, go follow her. And she created this theory that when I talk to my YouTube friends, we talk about a lot, which is the McDonald's theory. And if you go and ask 100 people in the street, where's your favorite place to go and eat food? You're gonna get all sorts of answers. But if you ask people, have you been to McDonald's in the last year? The vast majority of those people are gonna say yes. And so these late night shows apply the McDonald's theory the way a lot of even online creators do, and the biggest creators do, is that you want something so generic that it'll appeal to everyone, but it's not gonna have these big reactions within people. Like, I kind of find it hard to believe that there's people out there that are in the tens, hundreds of millions that would say, I absolutely love Jimmy Fallon and I love The Tonight Show. Well, now there's probably a lot of people who actively dislike it, but at the time that he was super popular, there was probably enough people that liked him enough, that saw him as unoffensive enough. And it's also why a lot of people like Jimmy Fallon, a lot of the biggest creators on all of these platforms now, they don't really put much of themselves into their show, their content, whatever it is, because it's about saying so little about yourself that you are not going to offend anyone. and being so kind of generic that people can just put their own opinions and thoughts onto you because you're not saying anything to counter it. And it's that same vein as to why these really big content creators today, especially a lot of like the influencer people, the people that are really big with shorts, and even some of the really big just creator social media, but like celebrity social media people, that when you think about, oh, what do they think about this? What do they think about that? You can't really come up with anything because they almost just become something that any brand can kind of hang their hat on, and they can become like a promotional tool for really anything. And it's even this same thing that the British royal family really operate under. Never complain, never explain, but don't say really like an opinion on a lot of things because you just want people to kind of put their own opinions onto you because you're like a blank canvas. That's what the royal family, the whole never complain, never explain thing comes from. Even 20 years ago, if you would have said to someone, picture Princess Diana's voice in your head, what does her voice sound like? What did she say? A lot of people, it would take them a minute to even hear her voice in their head because you're just thinking about so many pictures of her appearing at these events, or her going here, her going there. You don't initially think about the royal family speaking a lot. I mean, that's changed a little bit with social media and stuff, but even so, I have brought this up to people before and they've been like, oh, I've never thought about it that way because yeah, you just, it's this image of people, and that goes for a lot of the late night show hosts, a lot of the really big YouTube creators, and even back to the royal family. I know you didn't expect a comparison between Jimmy Fallon, YouTubers, and the British royal family, but there you go. You never know what to expect here, where a tangent's gonna go. But in the early years of Fallon's show, definitely the first 2.5 years, he did have this great way of getting viral moments. A lot of the games with celebrities, people really liked that and tuned in for it. And people seem to, in general, find it McDonald's, passable. People liked getting the celebrity interviews, seeing what movies are coming out, that sort of thing. But the last several years, especially, it hasn't been going well for really any of the late night shows, but definitely for Jimmy Fallon. And he has kind of tipped into this area of people being aggravated by him. He gets a lot of criticism for not being a great host, for not really asking any decent questions for a lot of the people he has on, and just his behavior in general. And people now dislike this genericness that he has too, and people compare a lot of his type of television to kind of this, maybe not slop, but it is just, what are we doing here? Because today his show is just so nothing content, and every person who comes on the show, he just says the same generic lines of, they're the greatest thing since sliced bread, and nothing of substance ever comes from him or the show. Of course, one of the biggest criticisms is the very, very forced and completely over-the-top laughter that he has. And this is something that he got a lot of criticism for on SNL, that he would break all the time on the live show and kind of dramatically break the same way he does that laugh now. And there was a lot of criticism towards him at the time, as people would say that it's an attention thing and he's taking away from the other people on SNL that are speaking, and he's trying to draw attention to himself. And a lot of discussion was that he was very self-centered. Since he's helmed The Tonight Show, those claims have only become louder, given that Fallon very frequently cuts off his guests, talks over them, and bursts out laughing, banging on the desk, clapping like a seal when the guest hasn't even said anything. Like, sometimes you'll see them literally say 3 words to the start of a story, and he is absolutely having a breakdown of laughter and banging the desk. And you can even, some of the guests, you can just see them like have the smallest split-second reaction of like, I haven't even said anything. But of course, most of them just roll with it. Like a lot of them, if not nearly all of them, are actors or professional entertainers, and of course it makes them look better. I mean, everybody likes to have someone laughing at their jokes. There are so many different points throughout the show's run where you can see the guests are really, really over it, but the show's gonna get to the point soon where it could just be the same repeated. Like, you could have a Jimmy Robot there because he just says the same thing over and over. It's so choreographed, so scripted. I mean, you might as well just play the trailer of people's movies for all that comes out of these things sometimes. Very rarely there's some, you know, really funny thing or something, but it's usually all the guests. Like, it's never something that Fallon himself is doing or saying. The biggest controversies that Fallon has had by far are the ones about how he behaves behind the scenes and his treatment of staff, but he has also had a lot of blow-ups about the guests that he's had on the show, the most recent being Conor McGregor, which a lot of people were talking about this, but his comment section on the Tonight Show YouTube clip where they put the whole segment with Fallon and Conor McGregor, the comments on that one, they do pass the vibe check, because every single one of them nearly is just people saying, why would you have this absolute monster on and platform him? And for people who don't know what McGregor did, skip forward like 30 seconds if you don't want to hear a horrendous description of an assault on a woman. But he was accused of raping a woman very violently, so violently that doctors had to use forceps to remove a tampon from the woman. McGregor was brought to court in Dublin by the victim, but not criminally. The police did investigate the incident, but prosecutors declined to bring charges, saying there was insufficient evidence and that a conviction was unlikely. I have said so many times on this channel how incredibly unlikely it is for any sort of attacker to see the inside of a courtroom, never mind an actual conviction, and certainly never mind actually seeing the inside of a prison cell. The numbers are so tiny. I'm talking about 1 to 3 attackers in 100. The numbers are absolutely minuscule, but this incredibly brave woman decided that she was going to sue McGregor in a civil lawsuit. And so this attack happened in December 2018. It was 2 months after McGregor had lost his Las Vegas UFC fight, and the woman, Miss Hand, was very open about the fact that it was Christmas time and she had been drinking, they had done some other substances, and what she described happened that night, Nightmare does not cover it. The victim ended up going over everything that happened to her in court, and they also had doctors and some of the people at the hospital that treated her, and all of these medical professionals were just saying how unbelievable these injuries were, that they'd never seen anything like it. Everything that the medical professionals described, everything that the victim described, again, Nightmare does not cover it. Just absolutely horrendous. I will leave some articles linked in the sources that go into more details and link to some of the legal documents and things, but just as a reminder, it is incredibly graphic and very upsetting to read. But McGregor was found liable in this assault, and he was ordered to pay the victim 248,000 euros, so pretty close to, or slightly over, $250,000. On top of the 250,000 euros and also $250,000, or just slightly more, that McGregor was ordered to pay Nikita Hand, he also was ordered by the court to cover Nikita Hand's legal costs for the trial, which was about 1.5 million euros. That's just slightly more than $1.5 million, about probably 1.6. And added together, that means that he had to pay close to $2 million to Nikita Hand. And as well, he also had his own, I'm sure, very expensive legal fees on top of that as well. And McGregor did file an appeal, which was denied. So that is not the only case. That's the only case where there was actually a small bit of repercussions for McGregor, but there has been multiple other lawsuits filed against him. There was a lawsuit that was dropped at the end of 2025 that was about a 2023 assault. McGregor was talking to a woman at the Miami Heat game at the NBA Finals in Miami in June 2023, and it's alleged that he brought this woman into the men's restroom where he assaulted her. As I said, this was dropped in December 2025, and there's been many other cases filed and dropped, and for the amount of cases filed, there are scores and scores of more allegations against McGregor. I grew up in Dublin. I moved to the Isle of Man when I was about 10, but I still go there all the time. I have loads of family there still. And if you speak to people in Dublin, and especially people that are on like the celebrity circuit, people like, if you listen to the podcast I mentioned a few times, My Therapist Ghosted Me, people like Vogue Williams, Joanne McNally, Joanne McNally is a well-known Irish comedian. She's actually doing a US tour soon. Highly, highly, highly recommend if anybody is anywhere that she's going. And Vogue Williams is a very well-known Irish celebrity in the UK and Ireland, and both of them absolutely despise Conor McGregor, and it's because there is a lot more that doesn't make it into the media. So this is someone that is just, in my opinion, an absolute monster. And of course, he was on Jimmy Fallon's show, being platformed and being pushed out to the masses as, oh, look at this fun guy that also hangs out with Jimmy and drinks with him. So having Conor McGregor on, you can see why people were absolutely furious about it. And he generally, Jimmy Fallon, gets a few hundred comments on his clips. Maybe if one gets a lot of views, like the Conor McGregor one has over 1 million, there's sometimes like 1,000, 2,000. I think the most I saw was 3,000 comments. And the Conor McGregor segment has 10,000 comments, and all of them are just saying, why would you do this? Why would you platform this monster? And of course, nothing. As I mentioned, there have been several in-depth articles about Jimmy Fallon's behavior in the likes of Rolling Stone and Current Affairs, and the Current Affairs article had the title The Banal Horror of Jimmy Fallon, which is such a good title, and it is a very interesting read. I will link all these articles in the sources, as I always do. It's the Google link labeled sources below, and it also will have everything else I've used to make the video and even all the clips and things like that. But in the articles, they focus on 3 controversial guests as well as Fallon's behavior. The Current Affairs article focuses more on his controversial guests, and then the Rolling Stone article talks a lot more about the behind the scenes and how he treats his staff. And this controversial guests Current Affairs article was written in April of this year, so it was pre-Conor McGregor being on the show, which was in June of this year, 2026, for anyone in the future. The article talks about Donald
go out
Trump's
and play
visit
some
in
Fortnite?
2016, Paris Hilton and Jimmy Fallon's shilling of NFTs in 2021. They were promoting the Bored Apes that I'm sure most people who know what NFTs are know what these are. And Fallon even had the artist who designed these very controversial NFTs on. And it also, the article mentioned Sam Altman, Mr. ChatGPT, who when he was on Jimmy Fallon said that he couldn't imagine raising his child without ChatGPT. When Fallon had Trump on in 2026, it was when Trump was running for president. He asked him basically nothing and ended the segment by tussling his hair. Fallon got immediate backlash for having Trump on and promoting him and doing it in this kind of like nothing way, and just doing this little literally like friendly pat of the head. And Fallon afterwards, there was a lot of backlash, and his first comments were, well, I'm gonna have Hillary on tomorrow and do something fun with her too. And it's like, oh, okay, so you're gonna do nothing with both people, so that makes it better. The criticism with having Trump on wasn't that he wasn't talking about politics, it was that he was having him on and having all these other politicians on and not doing anything with it. And kind of just trivializing it. He was trying to get the attention from politics and all of these candidates, but without doing anything with it. It's kind of like you either have them on and ask questions and legitimate questions, or you're a celebrity show. Like you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have the good bits and leave all the bad bits out. When Paris Hilton came on, Fallon and Hilton shamelessly shilled NFTs. Most people probably have seen this segment because it's infamous at this stage, and a lot of people will know, especially if you're watching this channel, I feel like you'll know the Bored Ape NFTs that were sold for hundreds of thousands and even millions. I believe Justin Bieber bought his Bored Ape for 1.3 million, and in a year it had dropped to 70k. It's probably worth absolutely nothing today. And Fallon had all sorts of ties with this. Fallon shamelessly plugged these, and as I said, even had the artist of the Bored Apes on multiple times to promote these. He's also, Jimmy Fallon, done plenty of shilling for gambling companies and a lot of like the gambling games. And he even did this weird spoof of an anti-gambling PSA, which, why would you do that when it's something very serious and is on a massive rise with a lot of young people having gambling issues, especially after it's been legalized in the US, and it's being shoved down everyone's throat every second of the day. And in a similar vein, he had Sam Altman on, who is clearly trying to do an even harder push right now into the world of the non-chronically online people. And I don't mean that in like any good way if you're chronically online, bad way if you are, good way if you're not, bad way if you're not. I mean, like, I'm chronically online. I'd describe people like my sisters as not, and even now, they frequently have said, oh, I looked this up in ChatGPT, and it's actually like surprising to me that I feel like more of my friends that I would describe as like people that are not really that online, not really like massively into even like pop culture stuff and things. Not that there's like a correspondence with that, but I feel like there's more of my non-online friends that use ChatGPT than not. And in general, this company seems to be trying to go down the route of these light, fluffy shows and doing things like having ChatGPT brand trips, which a lot of the influencers on that just got a lot of backlash a few weeks ago too. Fallon also got a lot of backlash in 2021 for kind of a different reason for another guest he had on, which was Addison Rae. She came on to perform 8 popular TikTok dances, and she also taught Fallon how to do it. And many of those dances were created by Black TikTokers, and the original creators were not credited in any way during the television performance. The segment immediately attracted criticism because Addison Rae, a white celebrity with a massive following, was receiving this mainstream television exposure for choreography that had frequently originated with Black creators who had received no recognition. The controversy became part of the much bigger conversation that was going on at the time about how Black creators could originate viral cultural content on TikTok, especially while a lot of white influencers and celebrities frequently became the public faces that would be associated with these trends. Okay, take 2. It's the next day because you might have noticed in that last 15 seconds or so, I was very high up in the frame, and that's because someone had an insane zoomies time, which I will put the clip of her insane zoomies at the very end of the video, like an outtake, because I know a lot of my regular viewers have seen like other sides of this room because I've filmed other ways, but this house is very, very small. Like, this is my living room, like this is half of my living room, and there's like a little tiny arch here and a tiny kitchen. And so she runs, I mean, human steps, it's like 5 feet or something like that. She runs, bounces against the wall, bounces down, and like towards the camera to then bounce against the wall that's behind you. And so when she was doing it, she must have like hit the camera, and it's on, like it has like a thing over it so that it's like blacking out the light on the side. And so I didn't even notice. And so I had like edited all the raw footage all the way through, and it wasn't until really late that I saw, oh, it's like cutting off the top of my head. So we are re-recording this bit, and we're just gonna carry on. I should have used my little clacker board to do a take two. So we're gonna do this part again, and sorry for the weird cuts and jumping around. During the recent writers' strike, Fallon got a lot of criticism for how he handled everything with his Tonight Show staff. And when there was like the lead up to the strike, he was asked about it on multiple red carpets, and he always said that he would stand in solidarity with his writers and that he was in the Writers Guild and that his show would probably go dark.
I support my writers, but we have a lot of staff and crew that will be affected by this, but they got to get a fair deal.
But he danced around the matter of what would happen with staff pay, especially for those not in the guilds, like other staff who weren't union writers. When the strike did actually happen, Fallon didn't put his money where his mouth was, and he was given a lot of backlash, not only for that, but because all the other, or the vast majority of the other late night show hosts were paying their staff, and it was also the thing that had been done back in the 07-08 writer's strike. Late night show hosts covered their staff at that time too, and went dark, and then eventually came back to cover more of the staffing costs. I mean, the absolute bare minimum that should be happening for people that you're working with every day, people that are working hard so you can have a successful career and make obscene amounts of money. The bare minimum for those people is that they should be able to pay their rent and have health insurance. I've spoken before about how I'm very, very passionate about making sure that people that you work with are not only just being paid enough to cover those things, but that they are comfortable, because if you have people working with you that, one, you treat them very well, that they are paid a comfortable paycheck, and that they are being given little bonuses and you're giving them positive feedback and things, that is going to pay for itself 10 times over, because people, that's all they want, is to have some sort of a comfortable living and to be valued. And most of the time, I have people, especially when I was doing my medical brand, ask me all the time, oh, how come you've never lost a staff member? How come you have, staff that are really loyal and people that are great at their job? And it's like, people want to do a great job if you treat them well. I mean, it's really not rocket science, and not in any way saying I'm great or I'm special because I did these things for people I worked with at my medical brand or I work with now. This absolutely should be the norm. Everybody should be going to a job that they are being paid well for, they're being taken care of, they're getting bonuses if they are doing a good job, they are getting pay increases for cost of living, and they are getting, stay with me now, this is wild, healthcare, and very good healthcare for them and their family, that they shouldn't be having to pay crazy deductibles and copays and all of that sort of thing. People that you're working with, especially if they're doing a great job, especially if you are benefiting greatly, they shouldn't have to come to you to ask for a raise. You should be rewarding their good work. If there is crazy cost of living increase like right now, you should be aware of that and should be making sure that those people are comfortable, because somebody who's being taken care of is going to take care of you. But I could talk about this all day, but this sort of thing just absolutely infuriates me, especially these people that have so fucking much and they just, it's never enough, which we'll also talk about this a little bit more at the end when we talk about the NFT lawsuit and how Fallon was involved in that. And of course, my mortal enemy, Ashton Kutcher. I think with the situation with Fallon, he thought that he might be able to get away with not covering the staff because people wouldn't know. But one of his employees ended up tweeting about it, and of course, the story blew up and went viral. His research coordinator, Sarah Kobos, tweeted, "This Friday is our last day of pay. We non-union staff who aren't writers will be put in an unpaid leave of absence during the strike. Meanwhile, I hear folks at Late Night with Seth Meyers and The Late Show with Stephen Colbert will continue to be paid. Solidarity with WGA, the Writers Guild of America." Sarah later also tweeted, At a meeting Jimmy wasn't even at, we were told by NBC that they had decided to stop paying us after this week, and it would also be the end of our health insurance after this month if the strike is ongoing. They won't even tell us if we'll technically be furloughed, just active employees who aren't paid. Of course, after the viral tweet, after all the backlash and criticism, they, at The Tonight Show, ended up doing what Seth Meyers and Stephen Colbert and the other late night show hosts were doing, and the staff ended up having their wages covered and their health insurance was kept active, which, what a wild concept. People having health insurance and being paid. Also, this same year as the writer's strike 2023 was when there was a lot of resurgence of Fallon's behavior behind the scenes and his drinking. Prior to 2023, there had always been a lot of discussion about these two things, but in 2015, there was a ton of stories about it. This was about a year into him hosting The Tonight Show. One of the reasons that there was so many stories about Fallon's drinking in 2015 is that he had a lot of alcohol-related injuries that year, but also they were injuries that were very visible and not easily covered. In less than a year, Fallon had allegedly multiple injuries that were alcohol related, 4 of which were serious and visible, from chipped tooth to the most serious, which was when he almost degloved his hand. He did deglove one of his fingers. And anyone who is a little bit squeamish, I would avoid looking pictures of that up because it is exactly what it sounds like. And I have seen a few of those in real life, and it is very, yeah, people that are squeamish do not do well with that injury. But what was reported in multiple outlets and people who'd spoken to bartenders and places that he frequented, apparently he fell over in his house and he actually caught his wedding ring, and the way he caught it and, you know, the weight of him falling. And also, I mean, most people know when you've drank and things, you're not aware of all your faculties, and he actually had such a serious injury that not only was he hospitalized, but he was in the ICU for over a week due to this injury. As I mentioned, these were very visible injuries, but of course with this one, he was in hospital for a significant amount of time. So when he did return to the show, he told a story about how he had actually fallen over this new rug that his wife had purchased, and that was the story that he went with. And when the story really picked up again in 2023, there was a similar thing, lots of alcohol-related injuries. It was also around the same time too, just slightly before, that Justin Timberlake seemed to be having a lot of issues too. He, of course, had his DUI that ruined the tour, and Justin Timberlake and Jimmy Fallon are very well-known close friends, but also very well-known drinking buddies who get into a lot of incidents when they drink as well. And they do actively, especially Fallon, drink out and about in New York, and there's a lot of bartenders that are very familiar with Fallon, and of course places like the New York Post and Page Six speak to these bartenders, and there's a lot of stories that come out that way too. There were multiple employees that Rolling Stone spoke to that said that they believed that Fallon had come to work inebriated, that they smelled alcohol on his breath, and they had an employee at all the different years that he had been hosting the show, that it was just kind of a timeline of every single year there seemed to be someone saying, oh yeah, this year I smelled alcohol in his breath, or he seemed intoxicated at this taping. Rolling Stone spoke to 16 current and former Tonight Show employees for the investigation, and all of the employees highlighted the decade-long allegations of a toxic workplace. What gave this investigation even more fuel was towards the insane staff turnover at The Tonight Show, even including the coveted showrunner position, which had 9 people through the job in 9 years. I mean, that sort of turnover is unusual for any job that isn't a job that treats you like crap and or pays you like crap, but it's even more unusual for a very coveted entertainment job, but especially late night. Usually late night sets have staff that are incredibly loyal and remain with the shows for decades. Or if they're trying to become an actor or move into something different, they still will stay there for years and years. Conan is probably the most well known for how he treats his staff, and he seems to have great staff loyalty, with even some of his staff moving coasts with him over the whole fiasco with The Tonight Show, because there was the whole thing with Jay Leno, who was the Tonight Show host before Fallon. He ended up kind of retiring in 2009, but not wanting to, and Conan took over, and then Leno came back, and it was the whole thing. And then Conan was so good at his job and liked so much that TBS got him, and then when Leno did retire, Fallon ended up taking the role. And so there absolutely was this palaver for a few years of Leno, Conan, Leno, Fallon, but Conan O'Brien has always been someone with incredible staff loyalty for how well he treats people, but most of the late night shows, and especially people like Seth Meyers and Stephen Colbert, they also have great reputations for how they treat their staff and have incredible loyalty from their staff. And this all just again hits in that similar vein of just pay people so that they can have a comfortable life. They're not living paycheck to paycheck, and just treat people well. It's really not that difficult. A lot of the former employees who spoke to Rolling Stone described The Tonight Show as a tense and pretty gloomy atmosphere, with some allegedly saying they were belittled and intimidated by their bosses, including Jimmy Fallon himself. And some of the employees described being afraid of Jimmy Fallon's outbursts and his unexpected, inconsistent behavior. Many of the staffers they spoke to voiced their concerns through HR complaints and even just speaking to HR, but the problems never were resolved and persisted throughout all of their employment. One of the former employees said, "It was a bummer because it was my dream job. Writing for late night is a lot of people's dream jobs, and they're coming into this and it becomes a nightmare very quickly. It's sad that it's like that, especially knowing that it doesn't have to be that way." For the investigation, Rolling Stone actually contacted 50 former and current employees, and while some of them said that Fallon was talented, none of them would speak on the record, and not one of them had a single positive thing to say about working at The Tonight Show and working with Fallon. According to most employees who spoke to Rolling Stone, it's common knowledge behind the scenes that Fallon's temperament and mood and his treatment of staffers is completely erratic. The employees said that they'd witnessed Fallon snap at crew members, express irritation over the smallest things, and berate and belittle employees out of frustration. 3 former employees say that he berated them in front of other colleagues and crew members, and there was staff that said that Fallon's drinking made all of his mood swings even worse, and he'd fly off the handle over absolutely nothing. Many of the staff said there would be good Jimmy days and bad Jimmy days, and a lot more bad Jimmy days than good. 2 employees said that they witnessed Fallon scold a crew member who was in charge of cue cards in the middle of a taping with the comedian Jerry Seinfeld. They say it was a very, very uncomfortable moment, and that Jerry Seinfeld told Jimmy Fallon to apologize to the production member who was holding the cue cards, which Fallon allegedly then did. The employees say that this incident, which felt so awkward to watch, did not make it to the version of the show that ended up appearing on TV, clearly. And I mean, if Jerry Seinfeld, proud, open dater of 17-year-olds, I don't think I even have to say allegedly there because he's been very open about that. If he's telling you that you've gone over the line, you need to apologize to someone, you really need to reevaluate your life. After Rolling Stone published the report, Fallon did apologize to his staffers in an all-hands Zoom call. He said, "It's embarrassing and I feel so bad." And according to two people who were on the call, Fallon then went on to say, "Sorry if I've embarrassed you and your families and friends. I feel so bad, I can't even tell you." And then NBC responded in a statement where they didn't actually mention Jimmy Fallon, because what I always say about these statements, that they just want to dance around it and not say anything that is provably wrong and could incriminate them. They said, "We are incredibly proud of The Tonight Show, and providing a respectful working environment is a top priority. As at any workplace, we have had employees raise issues. Those have been investigated and action has been taken where appropriate. As is always the case, we encourage employees who feel they have experienced or observed behavior inconsistent with our policies to report their concerns so that we may address them accordingly." And now for our segment on how does my mortal enemy Ashton Kutcher factor into Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Fallon's sketchiness, which maybe we should start doing this sort of segment. I do mention my mortal enemy Ashton Kutcher in every single video, but because I'm contractually obligated to, but when relevant, we should do this segment, because as my MVPs and very diligent viewers of the channel will know, if there is money to be made in a, my opinion, allegedly sketchy and scummy way, Ashton Kutcher will be there at the front of the line. And for the last 3 years, I guess you can say 3 years if you count the Danny Masterson video, which I do talk about them and the apology letters, so I'm going to count it. For the last 3 years, in like September-ish, I've done a video on Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis and their abhorrent behavior, sketchy behavior, business stuff that no one talks about, especially stuff with Thorne. So we're coming up on that time a year again. If you like, you write your letter to Santa Claus, if you want to write your letter in the comments about what sketchiness you want to talk about in this year's Ashton and Mila deep dive, let me know down below. Or if it's not something people are interested in, then there's plenty of other things that I want to talk about. But to specifically talk about the Jimmy Fallon relation, the NFT stuff that I mentioned, the Bored Apes, that actually had Ashton Kutcher and his longtime business partner Guy Osseri's sticky fingers all over it. And it's not very glaring when you first look at it, but there actually was a lawsuit over the Bored Ape NFTs and all of the celebrities' promotion of it. The lawsuit was dismissed because, I mean, the money and celebrity that these people have. But what was alleged was that, I mean, if you watch that segment, especially in full, which I'll show you like clips, but of course these shows like The Tonight Show, like they claim the hell out of the videos. And at the moment, I've talked a lot about how the companies use AI now. And even if you use a few seconds of a clip, some of them like HBO, you use 3 seconds in a 4-hour video, they will claim your video and take every penny. And my editor's got to pay our mortgage. I have to pay my rent. So the clips will be short, but I will leave the links for the full segments in the sources, of course, and it's all labeled and things too. But if you watch that Paris Hilton and Jimmy Fallon segment, like, it just seems like a terrible ad. And most people think that it was, because all of the celebrities, like I mentioned earlier, that Justin Bieber paid 1.3 million for his Bored Ape. It's believed, and CoffeeZilla did an investigation in this as well, that's great, which I'll also leave link below, and it's believed that those celebrities didn't actually pay for the NFTs, that they were gifted to them so that they could promote them. And there also is alleged a lot of other financial ties and promotion. And the reason that I mentioned Ashton Kutcher and Guy Osseri is because there was the artist that Fallon brought on multiple times onto the show, who drew or created the Bored Ape. Hi guys, editing Ash here, just very quickly to say that I'm gonna call this quote-unquote artist Boodle, which is kind of like a funny like slang Irish word for like your stomach, and say like, oh, like guys say it to G all the time, like, oh, your little Boodle. But yeah, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I don't know where that came from. It was probably one of the 27 thoughts that's always happening in my insane brain. So yeah, his name is Beeple, not Boodle. And you won't actually be able to find the segments with the artist Boodles because they've been taken down from The Tonight Show. I wonder why. And it's only re-uploads that you'll see. And so there was multiple people involved with this, but there was this company, MoonPay, that was the big partner of Bored Apes and pushed them out and did all the promotion, got all the celebrities, and that is the company of Guy Orseri, and Ashton Kutcher was all over it as well, investor in it, because Guy Orseri, he was a talent manager. At one point, he was Madonna's manager, and he is the person who throws like the big after Oscars party, and he and Ashton Kutcher are so close. They do all of their business dealings together, including right now they're going through with the purchase of the Soho House with Ron Burkle, who Epstein list is Diddy's kids' godparents. He and Bill Clinton used to fly around on Air Force One, and when Clinton wasn't president anymore, Burkle bought a jet and they nicknamed it Air Fuck One. And he also was friends with Harvey Weinstein. Like literally every absolute fucking creep, like this guy is besties with. And Ron Burkle also was involved. You have to really dig for it, but in Thorn, the alleged, not trying to get your data at all, not about getting data for AI companies that Ashton Kutcher and Guy Orseri are very
Okay,
involved
guys,
in. Not
I'm
at
going.
all. It's a
I'm going to bed. It's late. It's 1:29 a.m. in the morning. And I'm going to stop right here. I love you guys, and I'll see you later. Have a good night. And you've been watching Skycatlive. I'm a full-time variety gamer. All day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cast face to donate. Come to my Twitch or my YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop. Thank you so much. Bye.